The wind howled through the rugged hills of Anatolia, carrying with it whispers of a time when gods walked among mortals and the earth trembled beneath their feet. The land was untamed, a patchwork of fertile plains and rocky crags, where nomadic tribes wandered under the watchful gaze of their deities. Among these tribes, one was unlike the rest. They bore a fire in their hearts, a yearning not just to survive, but to shape the world in their image. In the shadow of the mountains, an elder sat by the fire, his withered hands cradling a carved wooden staff. His voice, deep and resonant, wove a tale that all gathered had heard 100 times before, yet it never failed to stir their souls. Long ago, he began, when the sun was closer, and the stars danced in ways they no longer do, our people were scattered like grains of sand. But the gods, in their wisdom, saw the strength in our hearts and chose us for greatness. The flames crackled, casting flickering shadows on the listeners' faces. They leaned closer, drawn into the story like moths to a flame. Ages passed. In a hidden valley where the earth opened up to reveal springs of purest water, the first king was born. His name was Labarna, and he was no ordinary man. His mother, a mortal woman of unparalleled beauty, had been blessed, some said cursed, by the storm god himself. She had stood at the edge of a thunderous sky, her arms raised in supplication, when the heavens split open and rain poured down not as water, but as light. From this light, she conceived a child destined to change the fate of nations. As a boy, Labarna was restless, his dreams filled with visions of towering cities and endless fields. While others hunted or tended their flocks, he roamed the hills, seeking something he could not name. One day, as the sun dipped low, painting the sky in fiery hues, he stumbled upon an ancient oak tree, gnarled and immense. Beneath its roots lay a glimmering sword, unlike any he had seen, its blade inscribed with symbols that pulsed faintly, as if alive. A voice, neither male nor female, but a thunderous presence that filled the air, spoke to him, "Child of rain and light, you are chosen. Take this blade and unite the tribes, for chaos roams this land, and only order will bring peace." His hands trembled as he lifted the sword, the weight of destiny settling on his young shoulders. From that day forward, Labarna was more than a boy, he was a symbol, a beacon for his people. The tribes, once scattered and distrustful, began to gather under his banner, drawn by his charisma and the unearthly light in his eyes. They whispered of the storm god's favor, of a destiny foretold in the stars. But uniting the tribes was no simple task. Rival chieftains challenged him, their pride bristling at the idea of bowing to a mere youth. One by one, they came to test him, their warriors brandishing iron weapons, their faces painted with the colors of war. Labarna stood against them, not with arrogance, but with a calm that unnerved even the fiercest of men. In the first battle, he faced a chieftain twice his age, a man who had never known defeat. The two met on a plain under a blood-red sky. Labarna, wielding the ancient sword, struck with a force that seemed beyond human. Each clash of their blades sent echoes rolling through the hills, and when the dust settled, Labarna stood victorious. The defeated chieftain knelt, not out of fear, but in awe. "You are touched by the gods," he said, his voice heavy with reverence. As the tribes came together, Labarna began to build not just an army, but a vision. He spoke of a city, a capital that would stand as a testament to their unity. Hattusa, he called it, a name that seemed to resonate with the very earth. In dreams, he had seen its walls, tall and impenetrable, and its temples, where gods and men could commune. The gods watched closely, some with approval, others with envy. Among them, the storm god smiled, for Labarna was fulfilling the promise made on that thunderous night. But in the shadows, other deities plotted, their jealousy stirring the winds of conflict. One fateful night, as Labarna and his people worked tirelessly to lay the foundations of their city, the earth began to shake. The mountains groaned, and a great fissure split the ground. From it emerged a serpent, massive and coiled, its eyes glowing with malevolence. The people screamed and scattered, but Labarna stood firm, his sword gleaming in the firelight. The serpent spoke, its voice a hiss that sent shivers down every spine. "You dare claim this land, mortal? It belongs to me, and I will see it drowned in blood before you build your city." Labarna stepped forward, his heart steady. This land belongs to those who honor it, who nurture it. If you wish to stop us, then you must defeat me. The battle was fierce, a clash of divine will and mortal determination. The serpent struck with lightning speed, its fangs dripping venom, but Labarna moved with the precision of a storm. The sword, glowing with an inner fire, found its mark, and with a final, shattering blow, the serpent fell. Its body dissolved into the earth, leaving behind a single, glistening scale. Labarna held the scale aloft, his voice ringing out, "The gods have tested us, and we have prevailed. Hattusa shall rise, and it will be a beacon for all who seek order and strength." The people cheered, their fears transformed into unshakable faith. They worked through the night, laying the first stones of the city that would one day become the heart of an empire. And as dawn broke, the land seemed to hum with approval, the air thick with a sense of destiny fulfilled. Labarna's name became legend, his deeds recounted around fires and inscribed on tablets. But among the tales, one truth remained: he was not just a king, but a bridge between the mortal and the divine, chosen to carve a path through chaos and bring light to a darkened world. The rain had not stopped for 3 days. It fell in heavy sheets, drenching the land, turning the dirt roads of Hattusa into winding rivers of mud. The people whispered that the gods were restless. Some said the storm god Tarhan was searching for something, his missing thunderbolt, perhaps, stolen by a jealous spirit. Others believed the earth goddess Hepit wept for reasons unknown. On the 4th day, as the rain slowed to a drizzle, the priests gathered atop the high temple. They carried with them offerings, bread, honey, and bowls of clear spring water. The air was thick with the scent of burning incense, curling into the sky like 1,000 unspoken prayers. A young girl watched from below, clutching her father's hand. Her eyes were wide, not with fear, but with wonder. "Why are there so many gods, Father?" she asked, her voice barely louder than the raindrops. Her father knelt beside her, brushing damp hair from her face. "Because the land needs them all," he said softly. "Every stone, every tree, every river has its spirit. And each spirit listens, watches, and sometimes demands to be heard." The girl frowned. "But how do the gods not quarrel with each other?" Her father smiled. "Oh, they do. But in their quarrels, they shape the world. The Hittites did not speak of one god. They spoke of thousands. Every village, every valley, every mountain had a protector. There were gods of war, gods of love, gods of the fields and the harvest. And above them all stood Tarhan, the great storm god, who ruled the skies with lightning clenched in his fist. They said his voice was the thunder, his breath the wind. But Tarhan was not alone. By his side was Hepit, the Earth Mother, whose touch could bring life to barren ground or shake the earth beneath disobedient feet. And beneath the world, in the shadows where the light of day never reached, slumbered Lelwani, the god of the underworld, who waited patiently for the souls of men. Stories were told that Tarhan and Hepit did not create the world, but inherited it from those who came before, the old gods, whose names were now forgotten by mortal tongues. Some said the mountains were the bones of those ancient deities, their spirits lingering, watching in silence. One evening, as the sun dipped behind the hills, casting long shadows over the city, a stranger arrived at the gates of Hattusa. His cloak was tattered, his feet bare, yet his eyes burned with a strange light. The guard stepped aside, as if compelled by an unseen force. He walked straight to the temple, where the priests stood in quiet prayer. Without a word, he placed a small bronze idol on the altar. The figure was unlike any they had seen, a slender, bird-like shape, with wings spread wide. "What god is this?" one of the priests asked, his voice uncertain. The stranger smiled. "A god from far away, beyond the great mountains." The priests exchanged uneasy glances. They had heard such things before. The Hittites were not afraid to take in gods from distant lands. They believed the world was wide, and no single god could rule over all of it. If a stranger brought a god, then that god would find a place among their own, no questions asked. And so it was that the land of the 1,000 gods grew larger. With every traveler, with every new tribe brought into the fold, the Hittite pantheon expanded. It did not shrink from foreign deities. It embraced them, weaving their stories into the fabric of its own. But there were moments when the gods clashed. In the dark forests to the north, the people worshipped a serpent god named Ilyanka, a great beast with scales like molten bronze and eyes that burned like twin suns. He was ancient, older than Tarhun himself, and he hated the storm god with all the fury of the earth. One spring, when the snows melted and the rivers overflowed, Ilyanka rose from his lair, stretching his massive coils across the plains. The people grew fearful, for they knew this was no ordinary flood. They climbed to the temples and prayed for Tarhun's aid. But Ilyanka was clever. He had stolen Tarhun's heart, hiding it in the roots of the mountains where no mortal could reach. The sky grew dark, and for the first time in memory, no thunder rolled across the land. It was not a warrior who saved the day, nor a king. It was a simple farmer's daughter, known for nothing more than her kindness. She walked to the base of the mountains, alone but unafraid, and spoke softly to the roots. "Give back what does not belong to you," she whispered. And the roots listened. They say the moment Tarhun's heart returned to him, the sky erupted with light. He descended upon the plains, striking Ilyanka with such force that the serpent shattered into 1,000 pieces. From each piece grew a new river, winding its way through the land, nourishing the soil and feeding the crops. The people called it the blessing of Ilyanka, and though the serpent was an enemy, they honored him still, for even his fall brought life. Such was the way of the Hittite gods, neither wholly good nor wholly evil, but necessary. Each played a part in the shaping of the land. And the people, who looked to the skies and the mountains, knew they were never truly alone. As the seasons turned, the pantheon continued to grow, its gods as countless as the stars above. The rain fell when it was needed, the sun shone when the crops called for light, and when the wind howled through the hills, the people smiled. For in the howl of the wind, they heard the voices of their gods, and they knew that each one, in their own way, watched over them. The stars hung low over the hills, watching like silent witnesses as the fires burned out one by one. Only a single flame remained, flickering in the cold wind outside the chieftain's tent. Inside, the room was thick with smoke and quiet murmurs. Labarna sat cross-legged on the ground, his gaze fixed on the embers glowing beneath the bronze bowl before him. He hadn't slept. The elders spoke of signs, omens in the sky, patterns in the flight of birds, but Labarna saw nothing but shadows stretching across the land. He had brought the tribes together, bound them with promises of a home, but no home revealed itself. They wandered, as they always had, the dream of a city slipping further away with each passing moon. The flap of the tent stirred, and a boy entered, no older than 13, his breath quick and eyes wide. "There's someone here," the boy whispered. "An old man, he's asking for you." Labarna rose without a word. The elders exchanged uneasy glances but did not stop him. Outside, the night air bit at his skin. Standing by the fire was a figure draped in furs, his face hidden beneath the hood of a wolf's head. "You search for something that does not wish to be found," the man said, his voice raw as stone scraping against stone. Labarna's eyes narrowed. "Hattusa," he answered simply. The old man laughed, a brittle sound like dry branches snapping. "The city is there, but it does not sleep on the plains." His hand lifted, pointing toward the black silhouette of the mountains. "It waits beyond the teeth of the land." Labarna frowned. No one went into the mountains. The tribes believed the spirits of those who had died nameless haunted the valleys. People spoke of strange lights that flickered in the forests and voices that whispered in forgotten tongues. But Labarna felt no fear. He nodded. "Show me." The old man turned without another word, walking toward the shadows. Labarna followed, his feet silent against the frost-crusted grass. They climbed through the night, higher than Labarna thought possible, the cold slicing through him with every step. Yet the old man moved without hesitation, as if following a path only he could see. By dawn, they stood on a jagged cliff, overlooking a valley swallowed by mist. The rising sun melted the fog away, revealing something that caught Labarna's breath. There, carved into the very bones of the mountains, were the remnants of stone walls, long forgotten and half buried by the forest. Towering pillars jutted from the earth like ribs of an ancient beast, their surfaces worn smooth by centuries of wind and rain. "It was here before men had names," the old man said quietly. "But it waits for you now." Labarna descended into the valley, the sound of his footsteps swallowed by the stillness. The stones whispered beneath his touch. He could feel something old, watching, listening. When he returned to his people, he brought with him no gold, no treasure, only the promise of a place hidden beyond the reach of enemies. The elders hesitated. The plains had sheltered them for generations. The mountains were unknown. But Labarna's eyes burned with a fire they could not deny. And so they followed. The trek was long, and the mountains did not welcome them. Storms swept down from the peaks, battering the people with rain and wind. Wolves stalked the edges of their camp at night, their howls weaving through the darkness. Some questioned if the old man had led them astray. On the fourth night, as the fires flickered low, a child disappeared. Her mother screamed, waking the entire camp. They searched the woods, calling her name until their voices cracked. Labarna stood at the edge of the forest, listening. A voice, faint as breath, drifted toward him. He followed it, stepping carefully between the trees, until he found the girl standing beneath a massive oak. Her eyes were wide, staring at something beyond him. "What do you see?" Labarna asked gently. She pointed to the ground. There, half buried beneath the roots, was a stone, smooth and marked with strange carvings. Labarna knelt, brushing the dirt away. He recognized the symbol etched into the stone. It was the mark of the storm god Tarhun. "The gods have not forgotten us," he whispered. The people worked through the days that followed, clearing the forest and unearthing stones that had lain hidden for centuries. With each stone they raised, the shape of the city began to reveal itself, walls taller than any man, temples that seemed to call down the very breath of the gods. But not all were pleased. One evening, as the sun dipped behind the mountains, the old man returned, his face hidden once more beneath the wolf's head. He stood at the gates of the growing city, staring silently. "You found it," he said, though there was no pride in his voice. Labarna met his gaze. "You showed me the way." The old man shook his head. "I showed you what was hidden. But the gods, they will demand something in return." Labarna's brow furrowed. "What do they want?" The wind shifted, and the old man's eyes darkened. "Blood." That night, Labarna dreamed of fire licking at the walls of Hattusa, the faces of his people twisted in fear. But as the flames rose, so too did a great shadow, a figure standing atop the temple, his sword lifted high, lightning flashing across the sky. When Labarna awoke, the city lay quiet, but he knew the truth. Hattusa would rise, but it would not come without cost. And so it was that the city was built, stone by stone, beneath the watchful gaze of the mountains. They said Labarna's sword was laid in the temple's foundation, an offering to Tarhun, so that the storm god's blessing would forever protect them. But the old man's words lingered. The gods had their ways, and in the winds that swept through the streets of Hattusa, the people swore they could still hear voices, whispers that spoke of debts yet to be paid. The boy knelt in the dark, his breath shallow as the weight of the crown pressed against his brow. It was too large for him, cold, heavy, and ancient. The faces in the room blurred in the torchlight, but their whispers filled the air like dry leaves rustling across stone. "Labarna is dead," one of the elders said, his voice cracking with the effort of the words. "His son must rise." The boy's hands curled into fists against his knees. His father's body still lay outside, wrapped in the ceremonial cloth, ready to be carried to the mountain tombs. There had been no time to mourn. A figure stepped forward. Not one of the elders. Not a priest. It was his mother. Her dark eyes locked onto his, unflinching. "The gods do not wait for grief," she said softly. "Put it aside. You are Labarna now." He could feel the weight of the sword in his lap. His father's sword. The blade was chipped, worn from years of battle. No part of him wanted to lift it. But he did. The room fell silent. They say the first king Labarna was born under a sky split by lightning, the storm god Tarhun watching from above. His birth was not quiet. The winds howled outside the tent, shaking the earth as if the heavens themselves announced his arrival. From the moment he could walk, Labarna was different. While other children ran through the fields, he stood at the river's edge, staring into the water for hours, as if searching for something hidden beneath the surface. His mother once asked what he saw. Labarna only smiled. "The gods," he said. By the time he was 15, the tribes whispered his name. He carried himself like a man twice his age, his eyes dark and sharp, his voice steady. When raiders from the west swept through the valley, Labarna was the first to ride out to meet them. They say he fought without fear, his sword singing through the air like the wind before a storm. One story lingers more than the rest, the tale of the white stag. It was the first spring after Labarna claimed the throne. The fields had just begun to bloom when the beast appeared. Pure white, with antlers that gleamed like polished ivory, it stood at the edge of the village, watching the people with unblinking eyes. The elders called it an omen. "It is a sign," they said. "A gift from the gods. If the king can catch it, his reign will be blessed." Labarna said nothing. At dawn, he rode out alone. The stag led him deep into the forest, its hooves silent against the soft earth. Hours passed, and still Labarna followed, the trees growing denser, the air heavy with the scent of pine and rain. By nightfall, he found himself standing at the base of a mountain he had never seen before. The stag waited at the edge of a narrow path, its pale form glowing in the fading light. Labarna dismounted, sword in hand. He climbed the path in silence, each step slow and careful. The stag never moved, always just out of reach, until Labarna reached the summit. What he found there is still spoken of in hushed tones. Some say it was a temple, long abandoned, its stones cracked and worn. Others say it was a tomb, the resting place of gods long forgotten. Labarna did not speak of it when he returned. He only carried with him a single white feather, tucked beneath the clasp of his cloak. The stag was never seen again. That summer, the rains fell heavier than they had in years. The fields flourished. The rivers swelled with fish. But not all tales are of blessings. The black vulture came 2 winters later, circling above Hattusa with wings as wide as a man was tall. Its cries echoed through the streets, sharp and jarring. When it landed atop the temple, the priests trembled. Labarna climbed the steps alone. The people watched from below, shivering beneath their furs. Hours passed, but the vulture did not move. Labarna stood face to face with it, his sword drawn but lowered. Some say he spoke to the creature, his voice calm, but none could hear the words. When the sun dipped below the mountains, the vulture took flight, disappearing into the clouds. The next morning, Labarna ordered the construction of a new temple. Not to Tarhun. Not to the gods they knew. But to a name no one recognized, a name Labarna had never spoken before. It is still there, carved into the stone. A single symbol, etched by Labarna's own hand. The elders never questioned it. Labarna's reign was long. The tribes united beneath his rule, their banners flying high along the walls of Hattusa. The enemies that once raided their villages now knelt at his feet. The people believed he was untouchable, blessed by the gods themselves. But one night, as the fires burned low, Labarna left the palace and walked through the empty streets alone. He did not return. The guards found his sword at the temple steps, the blade buried in the stone as if placed there by a giant's hand. His body was never found. The people say Labarna walks the mountain still, his spirit guarding the city he built. And when storms roll across the land, rattling the gates and shaking the stones, they smile. For they know their king has not left them. The sky split open with a roar so loud it shook the stones beneath the city. Flames leapt in the braziers atop the temple, flickering madly in the wind as if bowing before something greater. The people held their breath, eyes fixed on the mountaintop where the clouds boiled like a sea of black. The storm had come again. Labarna stood at the temple's edge, his hands resting on the hilt of his sword. Rain slid down his face, but he didn't move. He was waiting. Behind him, the priests whispered nervously, glancing toward the sky as if afraid to speak too loudly. They knew what this meant. The storm god Tarhan was watching. It was said that long ago, when the world was still young and the mountains spoke, Tarhan chose the first king. He did not speak with words, but through the language of the sky, lightning, wind, and the tremble of the earth beneath their feet. No man could sit upon the throne of Hattusa without Tarhan's blessing. And that blessing came at a price. Labarna knew this story well. His father had told it to him late at night, when the city lay quiet, save for the distant howl of wolves. The storm god does not bless the weak, his father had said, sharpening his blade by the fire. He will break a man before he lifts him. Remember that. Labarna never forgot. The storm had come on the night of his coronation. The moment the crown touched his brow, the sky trembled, and rain lashed the temple walls like arrows. The priests fell to their knees, but Labarna stood firm, his gaze locked on the horizon where the storm gathered. It was not fear he felt. It was recognition. The wind howled, carrying with it a sound that did not belong to the storm. A voice, low and ancient, echoed through the stone halls. Labarna followed it, leaving behind the warmth of the temple and stepping out into the rain. At the far end of the city, a tree stood alone, gnarled and twisted, its roots clutching the earth like claws. The voice led him there. The air was thick with something Labarna could not name, but he felt it in his bones. As he placed his hand on the tree's bark, lightning struck the ground before him, blinding white and fierce. When his vision cleared, someone stood there. The figure was tall, draped in a cloak of clouds, with eyes like distant storms. He did not speak, but Labarna understood. The pact had been made long before his birth, sealed in blood and iron. The kings of Hattusa would rise beneath the storm god's gaze, but their strength would not come freely. A king must bleed for the land. Labarna drew his sword without hesitation, slicing the blade across his palm. His blood fell to the roots below, seeping into the cracked earth. The storm eased. Tarhan was satisfied. The next day, the rivers overflowed, and the fields grew thick with crops. The people rejoiced, but Labarna did not smile. He knew the covenant was not one of peace. Years passed, and the storms returned, each time darker than before. When enemies marched upon Hattusa, the sky answered Labarna's call. Thunder shattered their ranks, and lightning struck down their strongest warriors. But the power was not without cost. Labarna bore the weight of it, his body scarred by every battle, his nights restless with dreams of fire and rain. One evening, as the sun dipped low over the city, Labarna climbed the temple steps alone. The priests begged him to wait for morning, but he refused. At the temple's peak, he knelt, his sword laid across his lap. The wind whispered around him, carrying the scent of rain. "Is this what you wanted?" he asked aloud. No answer came, but the sky rumbled softly in response. Labarna smiled, the lines on his face deep with understanding. The pact would never end. But he was no longer afraid. The walls of Hattusa did not rise quietly. They groaned and cracked as the stones were dragged into place, each block heavier than the last. The workers whispered that the rocks had a will of their own, as if the mountain itself resisted being carved apart. It was said the stones were not meant to hold man's weight. They were the bones of giants, sleeping beneath the earth since the first dawn. When Labarna ordered the city's construction, the mountain stirred, and the winds grew sharp with warnings. But the king did not falter. The first stone was laid at sunset. Labarna stood alone on the hilltop, watching the men below as they struggled to pull the great slabs across the ground. The ropes strained until they frayed, and men shouted curses at the stubborn earth that swallowed their efforts. Then the fires appeared. No one saw who lit them. Small flames dotted the cliffs around the site, flickering just beyond reach. At first, the workers thought they were torches, but no figures stood behind them. The flames burned brighter, lining the path where the walls would stand, as if the gods themselves had drawn the city's shape with fire. Labarna took it as a sign. The next morning, the stones moved easier. The groaning stopped, and the earth held its breath as if listening. By the time the first gate was raised, the stories had already begun. They spoke of strange footprints left in the dust at night, prints too large to belong to any man. Some said they saw shadows along the ridges, watching silently. Others claimed to hear voices whispering through the stone. The Lion Gate was the first to take shape. 2 great lions, carved from a single slab, stood guard at the entrance. Their eyes glowed faintly in the moonlight, as if they could see into the hearts of those who passed beneath them. The masons swore the lions were not of their making. When asked how they had crafted such detail, they would only shake their heads. The lions were always there, one man whispered. We only uncovered them. Beyond the gate, the city stretched upward, following the curve of the mountain. Staircases spiraled along the cliffs, leading to temples that pierced the sky like spears of stone. The largest of these temples stood at the city's heart, its entrance flanked by twin columns carved with the faces of forgotten gods. The priests claimed the temple was built by hands no longer living, spirits bound to the land, shaping the stone in the dark. The walls wrapped around the city like the coils of a serpent, rising higher than any man could reach. Some said Labarna had struck a deal with the storm god Tarhan, trading a year of his life for every layer of stone. Others believed the walls had grown on their own, like roots drawn toward the sky. But the most feared part of Hattusa lay beneath it. The underground tunnels stretched far beneath the city, weaving through the rock like veins and flesh. They were not carved by men's hands. The entrances were found already hollow, their paths winding deeper than light could reach. Labarna entered them once. It was during the second year of construction, when the workers stumbled upon the first tunnel mouth hidden beneath an ancient oak. The air that poured from it was cold and wet, thick with the scent of something long buried. Without a word, Labarna descended alone. He did not return until morning. When the sun rose, the workers found him standing at the temple steps, his clothes damp, his eyes darker than before. He said nothing of what he had seen. But that day, the city's pace quickened. The stones rose faster. The walls stretched higher. It was as if Labarna had returned with knowledge the rest could not understand. Some say the tunnels still echo with footsteps, though no one dares walk them now. They believe Labarna's shadow lingers there, keeping watch. The walls of Hattusa still stand, scarred by storms, but unbroken. The lions at the gate remain, their eyes faded but never blind. And on quiet nights, when the wind slips through the stones, the fires return, small, flickering lights that dance along the ridges. They say the mountain remembers the king who built a city of stone and flame. And in the heart of Hattusa, his spirit watches still. The lions stared without blinking, their stone faces worn but fierce. No moss dared grow on them. Rain washed over their carved manes, but they never softened. The people said the lions were older than the city itself, that their eyes had watched the land long before the first stones of Hattusa were laid. At night, the lions seemed to breathe. Shadows stretched from their jaws, flickering like smoke when torches lined the walls. The guards avoided looking too long, afraid that if they stared, the lions might stir. Long ago, before Labarna became king, the Lion Gate stood half-buried beneath the earth, hidden beneath layers of dirt and root. It was not found by men but by the storm. Lightning struck the hilltop, splitting the ground like bone. When the dust settled, the lions sat in silence, their forms perfectly intact, as if they had only been sleeping. The priests were the first to see them. They climbed the hill at dawn, robes heavy with dew, and knelt before the gate. None dared touch the lions. "The gods guard this place," one whispered. But there was one man who stepped forward. Labarna. He was not yet king, only the son of a fading chieftain. The other warriors hung back, watching as he laid his hand against the lion's muzzle. The air thickened, and the wind slowed until the trees no longer swayed. Labarna held his breath, waiting for something he could not name. The lion's stone mouth remained cold beneath his palm, but Labarna felt it all the same, something ancient, humming beneath the surface. Later, the priests claimed they saw the lion's eyes flash with gold, but Labarna said nothing. The gate became part of the city, but no mason touched it. The lions would not be reshaped. Instead, the stones of the walls bent around them, as if the city grew to fit their shape. Years passed, and the legend grew with the city. Parents whispered to their children that the lions guarded not stone, but the future. If the lions crumbled, the city would fall. But there was one prophecy that made even the bravest uneasy. One night, when the fires burned low and the stars hid behind thick clouds, an old woman appeared at the gate. No one knew her name. Her hair hung in wet strands over her shoulders, and her feet were bare despite the cold. She placed her palm on the lion's paw, pressing her forehead to the stone. The guards approached but stopped when she began to speak. When the lions wake, the city will bleed. Her voice carried across the courtyard, though it was barely louder than a breath. Labarna, now king, was summoned from his chamber. He stood before the woman, sword at his side, but she did not bow. "The lions do not sleep," Labarna said. The woman smiled. "Not yet." Before anyone could stop her, she turned and walked through the gate, disappearing down the dark path beyond. No one saw her leave the city. The prophecies settled over the city like fog. The lions were watched carefully after that. Every crack in the stone, every faint line, was examined as if it might spread. One spring, after a long and bitter winter, a small piece of stone broke from the lion's jaw. It was no larger than a pebble, but the whispers began immediately. "The lions are waking," the people murmured. That same night, a distant enemy marched on Attusa. Labarna rode to meet them beneath a sky thick with clouds. As the armies clashed, thunder rolled across the plains, and lightning struck the ground so close that the horses reared in fear. The storm lasted 3 days. When it cleared, Labarna returned, blood on his sword but no wound on his body. At the gate, the lions watched. Their jaws had not moved, but the piece of stone that had fallen was gone, as if the lions had swallowed it. Years turned to decades, and Labarna grew old. The lions remained unchanged. Some believed the prophecy had passed, that the lions had already woken and returned to their slumber. But others waited. On the day Labarna died, the sky darkened without warning. Clouds rolled in thick and low, and the wind swept through the streets, cold and sharp. The people gathered at the gate, watching as the storm settled over the mountaintop. And for the first time, the lions dripped with rain that ran red like blood. No one dared pass beneath them. The fires never died inside the great temple of Hattusa. They burned day and night, fed by hands no one saw but everyone believed in. The air inside was thick with smoke and the scent of cedar, curling through the stone halls like whispers from the gods themselves. The priests said the fire was alive. If it flickered too low, the gods grew restless. If it roared too high, the gods were angry. But if it burned steady and bright, the city slept in peace. On the first day of spring, the people gathered before dawn, standing in silence outside the temple's great bronze doors. They brought baskets of grain, jugs of honey, and small carved figures made from river clay. The offerings were simple, but their weight pressed heavy in their hands. A child stepped forward first, no older than 5. Her small fingers trembled as she held out a wooden dove. The head priest knelt to accept it, and the moment the figure touched his palm, the doors groaned open. The crowd inhaled sharply. Inside, the firelight flickered across the walls, where carvings of gods with eyes like stars stretched from floor to ceiling. Their faces seemed to move when the flames danced, watching everyone who entered. Some swore they felt the weight of those gazes on their backs, even long after they had left. The procession moved slowly. The priests walked barefoot, leading the people to the heart of the temple where the sacred stone rested. It was smooth and black, said to have fallen from the heavens the night the first king was crowned. No man alive had ever touched it. Only the king and the high priest stood close enough to see their reflections in its polished surface. Labarna had once stood before the stone in silence, his breath clouding the smooth surface. The temple had been empty then, the fires burning low. He had laid his hands on the stone, feeling the coldness seep into his skin. That night, rain swept the land without end, and wolves howled beneath the city walls. No one spoke of it the next day, but Labarna's eyes were darker, as if something unseen had looked back at him. The people whispered that the stone remembered. During the festival of the storm, the offerings were brought in procession, led by white oxen crowned with garlands of flowers. Their hooves left damp prints across the temple floor, and the bells tied around their necks rang softly in the still air. As the king poured wine over the sacred stone, the wind outside rose in a sudden wail. The flames bent, but they did not die. The priests whispered to each other, their heads bowed low. At the far end of the temple, where the firelight barely touched, the carved figures on the wall shifted. A new face appeared among the old ones, half hidden in shadow. The priests noticed first, but none dared speak of it. Later that night, the king sat alone in the temple's inner chamber, staring at the face carved in stone. It was not one he recognized, but its eyes followed him as he left. When war came to Hattusa, the people filled the temple, pressing their hands against the stone pillars and whispering prayers between cracked lips. They brought silver and copper, laying the metals in careful circles around the sacred stone. The head priest stood before the great fire, cutting his palm with a knife of black obsidian. His blood sizzled as it touched the flames. The storm broke that evening, and lightning split the sky above the enemy's camp. The people said the gods had spoken. But those who stood closest to the temple swore they heard something else, the low growl of stone grinding against stone, as if the figures carved in the walls were shifting once more. In the darkest hours of winter, the temple stood empty, save for the priests who tended the fire. They walked quietly, their shadows long against the stone. One night, as the snow fell in thick drifts outside, the high priest paused at the temple's entrance. In the stillness, he heard footsteps echo behind him, though he stood alone. When he turned, the fire burned higher, and the face in the stone smiled faintly. He did not speak of it. But the next morning, the fire burned brighter than it had in years. The stone beneath Hattusa was never silent. Even in the stillness of night, faint echoes whispered from deep below, as if something stirred beneath the city's feet. The people said the tunnels beneath the capital had no end. They twisted and curved like roots, winding so far down that even the gods lost their way. It was said the tunnels were not made by man. When the first stones of Hattusa were laid, the openings were already there, dark mouths gaping beneath the hills. The builders sealed many of them with heavy slabs, but not all could be found. Some remained hidden, waiting. Labarna was the first to descend. The entrance lay behind the great temple, beneath a slab of rock so smooth it looked as if water had shaped it. No mason claimed responsibility. It simply existed, as if the earth itself had pushed it forward. On the morning of the first snowfall, Labarna ordered the stone lifted. The workers hesitated, their palms slick against the ropes. But the king's gaze was steady, and no man dared speak against him. The slab shifted with a low groan, and cold air rushed upward, thick with the scent of damp stone and something older, something that had not breathed the open air for centuries. Labarna stepped forward alone, torchlight flickering in his eyes. The opening yawned at his feet like a waiting mouth. Without a word, he descended, the firelight swallowed by the dark. The tunnel stretched endlessly beneath the city. The walls were smooth, as if shaped by unseen hands. The air grew colder with each step, and Labarna's breath hung in front of him like mist. The first carving appeared after the fifth turn. It was faint, almost hidden in the shadows, a figure with outstretched wings, its head bowed. The wings curved along the stone, following the shape of the tunnel. Labarna traced the edges with his fingers. The stone was warm beneath his touch. Further down, the carvings multiplied. Rows of figures, each smaller than the last, lined the walls. Their eyes were hollow, but their faces seemed to shift when the torchlight passed. Some figures knelt in prayer, while others held knives above their heads. Labarna did not stop. The tunnel narrowed, and the ceiling pressed low. The carvings faded until only bare stone remained. The air thickened, and the shadows grew darker, curling at the edges of the torch's glow. When Labarna reached the end, there was no door, no chamber, only a wall of smooth stone, black and glistening as if wet. The torchlight did not reflect on its surface. Labarna pressed his hand against the stone. The air trembled, and the ground beneath his feet seemed to shift, as if something moved beyond the wall. He did not speak of what he felt. When Labarna returned to the surface, his face was pale, and his clothes hung damp against his skin. The workers stepped back as he emerged, but he said nothing. That night, a storm rose over Hattusa. Lightning crawled across the sky, and the temple's fires burned higher than before. The priests gathered at the gate, listening to the wind. In the distance, beneath the sound of thunder, they swore they heard stone grinding against stone. The next morning, the slab was sealed again, but the whispers of the tunnels never faded. The children of Hattusa dared each other to stand near the temple's edge, listening for the echoes beneath the stone. Some claimed to hear faint footsteps, pacing just below the surface. Others swore they saw flickering lights within the cracks of the earth. But there was one story that few dared to tell. It spoke of a guard who disappeared during the third winter of Labarna's reign. He had been stationed near the temple gates when a low rumble shook the ground. By the time the others arrived, he was gone, his spear lying broken beside an opening that had not been there before. The tunnel beneath stretched black and empty. No one descended to search for him. Weeks later, during the final harvest festival, a figure appeared at the edge of the crowd. His clothes hung in tatters, and his skin was pale as bone. The people gasped, recognizing the missing guard. But his eyes were not the same. They were hollow, like the carvings on the tunnel walls. The priests led him away, and by morning, neither he nor the slab that sealed the tunnels could be found. The entrance was gone, swallowed by the earth as if it had never existed. But the footsteps beneath Hattusa never stopped. The thunder rumbled in the distance, low and constant, as though the heavens themselves were holding their breath. The people of Hattusa gathered in the streets, their faces aglow with the warmth of bonfires and the promise of a story older than the city itself. It was the festival of Puruli, a time when the air smelled of rain, and the winds whispered with secrets from forgotten days. The sky darkened, and the first crack of lightning split the clouds above the city. The people stood still, eyes fixed on the heavens, as if waiting for the world to reveal its most ancient truth. And it was in this moment that the story was told again, passed down from one generation to the next, a tale that would echo in their hearts long after the festival had ended. It began with the serpent, Ilyanka. Ilyanka was not like any other creature that slithered across the earth. His body was thick and coiled, his scales glimmering like dark glass in the moonlight. His eyes were burning red, fierce as the fires of the underworld, and his mouth was wide enough to swallow a man whole. But it wasn't his size that made him feared, it was his power. The serpent commanded the storms, his hiss a call that could tear the sky apart. And it was the storm god, Tarhan, who stood against him. Tarhan was the thunder itself. His hair was wild like the winds that swept through the highlands, his hands crackling with the force of the heavens. His eyes burned with the brightness of lightning, and his voice was like the roar of 1,000 storms. But in those days, even a god could be brought low. The battle began on a day when the earth trembled beneath the weight of the serpent's rage. Ilyanka had been growing stronger, his powers growing until they could no longer be ignored. The winds howled with his fury, and the rivers ran black with his anger. The crops in the fields began to die, and the people were left in fear, looking to the heavens for help. Tarhan, with his heart of thunder, took it upon himself to bring an end to Ilyanka's reign of terror. He stepped onto the mountaintop, his sword gleaming in the pale light of the morning sun. The clouds above him gathered like a storm on the horizon, and the air grew thick with the promise of what was to come. The two faced each other, the serpent coiling and hissing, its mouth dripping with venom. Tarhan stood tall, his feet planted firmly on the earth, his sword held high. "This day, you will learn the price of your chaos," he said, his voice like the crash of thunder. And then they clashed. The serpent struck first, its massive body shooting through the air like a whip. Tarhan raised his sword, and with a mighty cry, the sky cracked open, sending a bolt of lightning straight into the heart of the beast. But Ilyanka was quick. He twisted and turned, his scales flashing in the dark, and the storm god's blow missed its mark. The battle waged for hours, the heavens above boiling with lightning and thunder. The ground beneath them quaked, and the winds howled as the serpent and the god fought, each strike sending waves of destruction through the earth. Tarhan's sword clashed against the serpent's scales, sparks flying with every blow. But Ilyanka was relentless. He struck Tarhan down, sending him crashing to the earth with a roar. The god's body lay still for a moment, as the serpent circled above, eyes blazing with triumph. But the storm god was not so easily defeated. With the power of the earth itself beneath him, Tarhan rose once more. His breath was ragged, his eyes burning with renewed fury. "You will not break me," he muttered, his voice low and fierce. He called upon the winds, and they answered him. The clouds gathered above, swirling in a storm of rage and power. Tarhan's sword glowed with the fire of the heavens as he raised it once more, a bright flash of light filling the air. And then, in a single, earth-shattering moment, Tarhan struck the serpent. The sword pierced the heart of Ilyanka, and the serpent screamed, a sound that shook the mountains themselves. His body writhed and twisted, but it was too late. The storm died in the serpent's throat, and with it, his power. The people of Hattusa, gathered beneath the storm-dark sky, held their breath as they heard the final, thunderous roar of the serpent's death. And in that silence, they knew the god had won. Tarhan stood over the serpent's lifeless body, his chest heaving with the weight of victory. The storm began to fade, the clouds parting and the winds calming. The sun broke through, casting a warm, golden light over the land. The people rejoiced. The harvest would be plentiful, the rivers would run clean again, and the winds would carry only peace. But the story did not end there. In the days that followed, Tarhan's victory was celebrated in a way that no one had ever seen before. A festival was declared, a festival that would be held every year to remember the battle of the storm god and the serpent. And thus, the festival of Pirelli was born. It was a time of feasting and song, a time when the people would gather in the streets to honor Tarhan's strength and the peace he had brought to their land. The children would run through the streets, their laughter filling the air, and the adults would raise their voices in praise, remembering the storm and the serpent and the God who had saved them all. And when the lightning struck the sky, and the thunder rolled in the distance, they would not fear. They would stand tall, knowing that the storm god was watching over them. For they knew that no serpent, no matter how powerful, could ever defeat the force of the heavens themselves. The sun had barely risen over the hills of Hattusa when the first war cry echoed through the valley. It was a sound that trembled in the bones of every soldier, a sound that stirred the earth itself. King Hattusili stood at the front of his army, his eyes as sharp and unyielding as the steel in his hand. He had seen countless battles, and yet this day would mark the beginning of something greater than anything the Hittites had ever known. His army was a force of nature, sweeping across the plains like a storm, leaving nothing but dust in their wake. The sun caught the edges of their shields, flashing like fire, as Hattusili led them into the lands of their enemies. His men followed him not out of fear, but out of something far stronger, reverence. They knew that under his command, victory was not just a possibility, it was inevitable. The first conquest was swift. A small city-state, perched on the edge of the great rivers, had dared to challenge the Hittites. They were unprepared for the fury that came with Hattusili's soldiers. As the enemy's gates fell, the Hittites poured through like a flood, their swords slicing through the air with precision and power. Hattusili stood at the heart of it all, his battle cry rising above the clash of weapons. Each strike he made, each order he gave, seemed to guide the soldiers like the hand of the gods themselves. The city's leaders, having underestimated the Hittites' strength, were taken by surprise. They tried to rally their people, but it was too late. Hattusili's men were already inside the walls, their feet pounding the cobblestone streets, their swords gleaming in the light of the dying day. By the time the sun had set, the city lay in ruins, and the banners of the Hittites waved proudly over its ashes. But Hattusili did not bask in the victory. He was not a man to celebrate bloodshed, but a man to honor it. He gathered his soldiers and spoke to them in a voice that resonated with both power and humility. "This is not just a conquest," he told them. "This is the beginning of a legacy. A legacy that will echo through the mountains and across the rivers. We are not just taking land, we are forging the future of our people." And with that, the Hittites moved on. They crossed the mountains to the east, where the plain stretched wide, and the enemy waited, strong, but unprepared. Hattusili's reputation had already spread, like wildfire, through the lands. His name was whispered in every corner, feared in every tongue. The enemies trembled when they heard the rumblings of his armies approach. They had heard of the devastation left in his wake, and they feared what they could not see. In the shadow of the great hills, the second battle began. The enemy had fortified their city, building walls thick and strong, believing they could withstand the oncoming storm. But Hattusili, ever the strategist, knew that strength alone would not win the day. He had learned to read the land, to understand the weaknesses hidden beneath the surface. The siege lasted for days. The Hittites camped around the walls, their arrows falling like rain, and the enemy's defenses began to crumble. Hattusili stood at the front lines, watching as his men worked, always calculating, always planning. The wind shifted on the third day, and with it, a new plan took shape. By nightfall, the gates fell, and once again, the city was his. But this time, there was no celebration. There was only the solemn promise that this victory would pave the way for the next. And the conquests continued. With each victory, Hattusili grew more confident, but also more burdened by the weight of the crown. He knew that each battle was a step toward greatness, but it also cost him something, a piece of his soul, a piece of his humanity. The land was wide, but the bloodshed was endless. Still, he led his people forward, his resolve unshaken. In the quiet moments, when the campfire flickered low and the soldiers lay exhausted beneath the stars, Hattusili would sit alone, his thoughts far from the battlefield. He would think of his ancestors, those who had built the kingdom from nothing, and wonder if they had ever felt the same weight, the burden of a king's decisions, the cost of empire. But there were no answers in the silence, only the distant sound of his men preparing for the next march. The world outside the camp was vast, and Hattusili knew that his work was far from finished. One morning, after weeks of grueling travel, they came upon a vast city unlike any they had encountered before. It was said to be the heart of a mighty kingdom, a land that had stood the test of time. But Hattusili did not hesitate. His eyes narrowed as he surveyed the fortress. He knew this would be the greatest test of all. The city's walls were higher than any before, its defenses nearly impenetrable. But Hattusili was not a man who took failure lightly. He waited until the moon rose high, then led his men in a bold night assault. The air was thick with tension, and the scent of smoke and iron clung to the night. The Hittites moved like shadows, silent and swift. They breached the gates with a single, powerful strike. Inside, the battle raged on. The enemy fought with all their might, but Hattusili's soldiers were relentless. They knew that under his command, there was no defeat. The king fought at the front, his sword flashing in the moonlight, his movements as sharp and swift as the lightning that followed him. By the time the sun rose, the city had fallen. Hattusili stood in the midst of it, his soldiers gathered around him in silence. The cost of victory had been high, but it was a cost worth paying. This was the moment that would define his reign, the moment that would carve his name into the annals of history. King Hattusili was more than just a conqueror. He was the embodiment of his people's strength, the fire that burned within them, driving them toward a future of power and prosperity. The Hittite Empire was no longer just a dream, it was a force to be reckoned with, and it had been forged by the hands of one man. The sky above Babylon was a sickly shade of amber, as though the heavens themselves had sensed the weight of what was about to unfold. The massive walls of the city loomed tall and unyielding, a monument to its centuries of power. For generations, Babylon had been the heart of the world, its grandeur unmatched, its wealth a beacon to all who dreamed of greatness. But the winds of change were sweeping across the land, and those who had once stood at the pinnacle of the earth would soon learn that empires, no matter how mighty, are vulnerable. Hattusili's army had arrived at the gates, silent as the grave. The king stood before his men, his gaze fixed on the walls that stretched before him. He had fought countless battles, and yet this one, this siege of Babylon, was different. His heart beat with a mix of fury and something deeper, something older, a fire that burned like a storm ready to break free. Babylon, in all its glory, had defied the Hittites for years. They had sent emissaries to the great city, offered peace, but Babylon's arrogance had spurned them. Now, it would pay the price. The soldiers lined up, ready for the assault, their weapons gleaming in the early morning light. The scent of dust and sweat hung heavy in the air, and the silence between them was a reflection of the gravity of the moment. They knew what was at stake: the might of the Hittites, the glory of their king, and the future of their empire. The first blow came like thunder. The battering rams crashed against the gates of Babylon, sending echoes that could be heard across the city. The gates shuddered under the force of the attack, but they did not fall. Not yet. The walls of Babylon were legendary, thick, and seemingly impenetrable. For hours, the Hittite army hammered at the gates, relentless in their fury. And yet, within the walls of Babylon, there was no sign of panic. The king, the priests, the soldiers, all held their ground. They had heard of the Hittites, of course. They knew their reputation. But they believed their walls would protect them. The gods would protect them. What folly it was to think the gods could save them from the storm that was about to strike. On the third day of the siege, the wind shifted. The air grew heavy, thick with an electric charge that made the hairs on the back of every soldier's neck stand on end. The storm was coming. Hattusili, standing at the front of his army, raised his arms to the heavens. His voice echoed over the battlefield, a prayer to Tarhan, the storm god who had guided his people for generations. "Grant us your strength," he murmured, his words drowned by the howling winds. "Let your fury bring down the walls." And as though in response, the sky darkened. The wind picked up, howling like a beast on the hunt. A bolt of lightning split the heavens, striking the gates of Babylon. The ground shook as if the gods themselves had spoken. The gates cracked, and for the first time, the city of Babylon began to tremble. The Hittites surged forward, their battle cries rising with the storm. The walls were no longer a barrier, they were simply a testament to how long Babylon had been spared. The soldiers climbed over the rubble, flooding the streets of the city like a tide of rage and power. The battle within the walls was fierce, but it was already clear who would prevail. Babylon's defenders fought bravely, but their will was broken by the ferocity of the Hittite assault. The soldiers fell one by one, their cries lost in the din of war. King Hattusili was a shadow on the battlefield, moving with a purpose that seemed almost otherworldly. He cut down anyone who dared challenge him, his sword gleaming in the blood-red light of the dying day. But even as he fought, there was something more in his eyes, a longing, perhaps, or a sense of inevitability. This was not just a conquest. This was fate. The gods had chosen this moment. As the sun began to set on the third day, the gates of Babylon had fallen, and with them, the heart of the city. The Hittites poured in, their swords raised high in victory. But the destruction that followed was not a celebration. It was the mourning of an empire that had once believed itself invincible. In the heart of the city, the great temple to Marduk stood tall. The priests had gathered, preparing for a final sacrifice to appease their gods. But the gods, it seemed, had already made their choice. As the Hittite forces marched into the temple, the statues of Marduk and the other gods crumbled, as though struck by some unseen hand. The priests cried out, but their words were lost in the chaos, their power nothing more than a whisper in the wind. Hattusili stood at the steps of the temple, gazing up at the destruction. His heart was heavy, but he showed no sign of weakness. The Hittites had claimed Babylon, but it was not a victory to celebrate. It was the fall of a legend. He had come for Babylon, but in truth, he had come for the future. For his people. For the empire he was building. And in that moment, he knew that no matter how great the city had been, it had never stood a chance against the storm that had followed him. The priests had spoken of a prophecy that one day Babylon would fall not by force, but by the wrath of the gods. And perhaps that had been true. For it was not Hattusili who had destroyed the city, but the storm itself, the gods who had chosen to turn their gaze away from Babylon and toward the rising power of the Hittites. In the aftermath of the conquest, as the fires burned low and the rubble settled, the streets of Babylon lay silent, the once great city now a shadow of itself. The Hittite soldiers moved through the ruins, their eyes full of awe and sorrow. They had taken the city, but they knew there would be no glory in it. The gods had spoken. And now, it was time to move on, for there were greater things yet to come. Hattusili stood alone amidst the ruins, staring out over the fallen city. The storm had passed, but its effects would be felt for generations. And as the dust of Babylon settled at his feet, the king knew that the Hittite empire had been forged in the fires of battle, and no storm, no matter how fierce, could ever break it again. The earth trembled beneath the thundering sound of iron wheels as the mighty chariots of the Hittites advanced across the plains. The sun, low in the sky, glinted off the metal shields and the sharp edges of spears, casting a fierce glow over the battlefield. It was a sight that struck fear into the hearts of enemies and filled the Hittite warriors with a burning pride. The iron chariots, swift, unstoppable, and deadly, were more than mere weapons. They were a symbol of the Hittite spirit, a force to be reckoned with, fueled by both the strength of men and the blessings of gods. The chariots, pulled by fierce steeds, moved as one, a mass of controlled chaos on wheels. Their drivers, skilled in the art of war, held the reins with expert precision, guiding their teams with unflinching focus. Every movement was a dance of destruction, fast, deadly, and efficient. They were like storms that tore across the land, unstoppable and relentless. Behind them, the warriors followed in formation, swords gleaming, shields raised high. But it was the chariots that were the true terror of the battlefield. Their wheels cut through the dust like a harbinger of doom, their riders striking swiftly, then disappearing back into the chaos. The roar of battle echoed across the plains, but it was the sound of the chariots that seemed to haunt the air, the shrill whinny of horses, the creak of wooden wheels, the clash of metal on metal. It was a song of war, one that would play out in the stories of those who survived, a reminder of the might of the Hittite people. In the distance, the enemy army could be seen, sprawling, eager, and confident in their own strength. But the moment they saw the chariots draw near, their arrogance faltered. There was nothing like the sight of those gleaming war machines charging forward, the horses galloping with deadly precision, the drivers cutting through the enemy ranks with calculated skill. The enemy soldiers hesitated, their hearts filled with dread. The ground beneath them seemed to shake with every passing chariot, and the dust in the air thickened, as if the gods themselves had descended to watch the battle unfold. It wasn't just the strength of the Hittites that made their chariots so fearsome, it was the divine power that seemed to guide them. Tarhun, the storm god, the protector of warriors and kings, had long been the patron of the Hittite military. It was said that in every chariot wheel, his divine presence could be felt, thundering through the air like the storm itself. Warriors believed that their blades, though forged by skilled hands, were sharpened by the will of the gods. They believed that the horses, though mighty in their own right, were the earthly vessels of divine will, and that the chariot itself was a chariot of the gods. It was a belief that fueled their every movement, their every strike. When they charged into battle, they were not just men, they were vessels of divine retribution. The enemy did not stand a chance. Each Hittite warrior knew that if he rode with the gods in his heart, he could not be defeated. The chariots themselves were crafted with care and reverence, designed not only for destruction but for speed and precision. The wood of the chariot frame was treated with sacred oils, the metal wheels forged by the best blacksmiths in the empire. Every detail was meticulously considered, for the warriors knew that the fate of the battle lay in the strength and endurance of their weapons. These were not just tools of war, they were instruments of divine will, the key to victory in a world that demanded strength and sacrifice. As the chariots tore through the enemy ranks, their wheels crushed the earth beneath them, leaving deep grooves in the soil. The sound of the impact was deafening, as if the earth itself was groaning under the weight of the battle. But it was the chariot drivers who were the true masters of this brutal symphony. They weaved through the chaos, their eyes sharp, their movements fluid. With a twist of the reins, they would guide their horses in and out of the fray, striking at key moments, then retreating to strike again. Each movement was calculated, each strike precise. The battle raged on, the dust and blood mixing in the air. For hours, the chariots continued their deadly dance. But the enemy began to falter. They could not withstand the power of the Hittite chariots, their lines broken, their courage shattered. One by one, they fell beneath the wheels of the divine war machines, their cries lost in the wind. But it was not only the force of the chariots that led the Hittites to victory. It was the unbreakable bond between the warriors and their gods. It was said that during the most intense moments of battle, the chariot drivers would offer silent prayers to Tarhan, calling upon the storm god for strength. And it was said that in those moments, the storm would answer. The winds would howl, the skies would darken, and the gods would unleash their fury upon the enemy. It was as if the heavens themselves had opened to fight alongside the Hittites, their wrath a mirror of the warrior's own. The battlefield was littered with the remnants of battle, broken weapons, fallen soldiers, and the shattered remnants of the enemy's hopes. The Hittites stood victorious, their chariots now still, but their hearts still filled with the fire of the battle. The storm had passed, but its echoes remained in the air, a reminder of the power they had called upon. In the aftermath, the warriors gathered together, their hearts swelling with pride. They had fought with the gods, and the gods had blessed them. The victory was theirs, but it was not just the strength of their weapons or the speed of their chariots that had led them to triumph, it was the will of the gods that had guided their hands, that had driven them forward when all seemed lost. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the warriors returned to their camp, their chariots silent but proud. The echoes of the battle faded, but the stories would live on. The war gods had been with them, and the chariots had carried them to victory. The legacy of the Hittites, of their iron chariots and the divine power that guided them, would be told for generations. And in the hearts of those who fought, the storm would never fade. It would live on in the stories of heroes and gods, and the legends of a people who rode the winds of war to greatness. There is a legend that haunts the people of the ancient lands, a story passed down through generations, whispered in the flickering shadows of the evening campfires. It tells of kings, mighty men who once ruled over vast empires, whose fate was sealed in the flames of battle, yet their stories did not end in the blood-soaked earth beneath their feet. Instead, these kings, lost to the mortal world, became something far greater. They became stars. It was said that in the days of old, before the rise and fall of great cities, when the winds carried the scent of burning incense and the ground shook with the thunder of chariots, there was a battle so fierce it tore the heavens apart. The battlefield was a sea of dust and blood, where men clashed with swords and shields. Among the warriors stood a king, his armor glistening in the sunlight like a second skin. His name was known far and wide, a symbol of strength and courage, a ruler destined to lead his people to greatness. But fate is a cruel thing, and the king, though mighty, was not immune to its hand. The battle raged on, with no mercy given, no quarter spared. The sky above seemed to crack open as thunder rolled across the heavens, as if the gods themselves were watching, awaiting the outcome. The king fought with the ferocity of a lion, his sword cutting through the enemy ranks, his eyes fixed on victory. Yet, amidst the chaos, the gods took notice of him, perhaps out of respect, or perhaps because they had already marked him for something far more eternal. It was during the peak of the battle, when the sun hung low in the sky, casting long shadows over the carnage, that the king's fate was sealed. A final strike from an enemy soldier, a swift, cruel blow, left the king on the ground, his once gleaming armor now stained with blood. His vision began to fade, the world around him growing quiet. But as he lay there, fading from the world he knew, he heard a voice. It was soft, distant, but unmistakable. The voice of the heavens. "You are not meant to die in this place," it whispered. The king's body may have fallen to the earth, but his spirit was rising towards something far greater than any battlefield. As the last breath left his lungs, his form began to shift, changing, transforming. His spirit soared higher and higher, carried by the wind, until it merged with the sky itself, becoming a blazing light, a new star in the heavens. His body may have been lost to the earth, but his soul, his legacy, would live forever. This king, and others like him, became known as the sons of the sun. They were not lost in battle as men, but reborn as stars, shining down on their people with the same fierce light they had carried in life. The people would look up to the heavens, and on clear nights, they could see them, great kings, their faces forever etched in the stars, watching over them. They became part of the celestial tapestry, reminders of the strength, honor, and sacrifice that had once been. But as the years passed, the people began to notice something strange. The kings, the ones who had become stars, would often vanish from the sky. Some nights, there would be a star where none had been before. Other times, a star that had once been bright would fade, disappearing into the darkness. It was as if the kings were leaving and returning, their light flickering in and out like the very flames of battle they had once known. The elders would tell the younger ones that these disappearances and returns were part of a great cycle, an eternal dance of the warriors. The stars, they said, would rise again when the time was right. It was a message of hope, a promise that the kings would always be with them, even if they were not visible. They would guide the people through the dark times, leading them toward victory, much as they had done in life. The people would look to the stars, whispering their names, praying that the kings would watch over them in their struggles. One such tale told of a battle many years after the king's fall. A new enemy, fierce and determined, had gathered at the city gates, threatening to crush the last remnants of the Hittite kingdom. The people were terrified, for they had heard whispers that the king, their son, had vanished from the sky and had not returned. Yet, in the darkest hour, when all seemed lost, something remarkable happened. The skies, once empty, filled with a brilliance unseen in generations. A single star blazed forth from the heavens, brighter than all the others. It was as if the king's spirit had returned in full force, ready to lead his people once again. The people saw it as a sign, a message that their king was with them, even though he was no longer of this world. With renewed strength, they took up their weapons and fought with the might of 1,000 men. And when the battle was done, the enemy lay vanquished at their feet. That star, burning brighter than all the rest, was the king's spirit, returning when the people needed him most. It was not just a star, it was a promise. The kings, lost to the earth but never truly gone, were always watching, always waiting for the moment to guide their people to victory. Generations passed, and the people of the Hittite kingdom would continue to tell this story of the kings who disappeared in battle and became stars. They spoke of the light in the sky as a beacon, guiding them through the dark times, lighting the way when all seemed lost. The legacy of the kings was not only written in the earth or in the blood of warriors, it was written in the stars themselves. And when the sun set each night, and the first stars began to appear, the people would look up, remembering their lost kings. They knew that, somewhere in the sky, their ancestors still watched over them. Even though the kings had vanished from the earth, their light would never fade. It was a light that would continue to burn for all eternity, a reminder that those who fought with honor, who sacrificed for their people, would never truly be lost. Their souls would live on, shining forever in the night sky, as the city of lost suns. The sun had barely risen over the mountains that shielded Hattusa from the outside world when the messenger arrived, breathless, his face pale with dread. He came bearing grim news, a message wrapped in whispers and fears, a message that could not be ignored. Tudhalia, the young king, stood in the great hall of the palace, his hand clenched around the royal scepter, the symbol of power and responsibility that had been passed down through the generations. His mind raced, but his body remained still, poised with the strength of a ruler who had yet to face his true test. It was said that those who wore the crown were blessed by the gods. But was that blessing truly a gift? Or a curse? It all began with his father, the great king who had ruled with wisdom and strength, but who had died under strange circumstances. A sudden illness, they said, though no one had ever seen it take hold so fast, no one had ever heard of such a sickness claiming a king. The royal physicians had worked tirelessly, but in the end, it was as if the gods themselves had decided that it was time. They had taken the king, but they had left behind something more sinister, an unspoken fear, an ominous shadow that clung to the throne. Tudhalia had assumed the crown, the weight of it pressing down on him as he stepped into his father's shoes. He was young, and many wondered whether he was ready for such a heavy responsibility. There were whispers, too, about his lineage, about a curse that followed those who claimed the throne of Hattusa. It was said that every generation, a ruler would rise, only to fall to a tragic and untimely death. One after the other, each king had met a mysterious end, and those who had witnessed it knew this was not the way of the gods. It was something darker, something more dangerous. The curse, they whispered, had begun long ago. It was said to have been cast when an ancient king, long forgotten by time, had defied the gods themselves. He had sought to become more than mortal, more than a king. He had searched for power beyond understanding, for strength that no human should possess. In his greed, he had angered the gods, and in retaliation, they had bound his bloodline to a fate that could never be undone. No one spoke of it openly. It was a truth that was too terrible to acknowledge, a whisper in the dark corners of the palace. And yet, now that Tudhalia sat upon the throne, the curse seemed to stir again, as if the very walls of the palace could feel the weight of it. Days passed, and strange things began to happen. Late at night, when the palace was still and silent, the sound of footsteps echoed down the long hallways, though no one was there. Guards reported seeing figures in the shadows, fleeting glimpses of something, or someone, that vanished when they turned to look. The air grew thick with unease, and the people began to speak in hushed tones, their eyes filled with dread. Some said it was the curse, that the gods were angry with the king, that the spirits of the past had returned to claim him as they had claimed his ancestors. Then, one fateful night, as the moon rose high in the sky, casting its pale light over the city, the curse took shape. Tudhalia awoke in the middle of the night, drenched in sweat, his heart pounding in his chest. He had heard it again, the footsteps. But this time, they were different. This time, they came from inside the royal chambers, echoing across the floor like the sound of 1,000 soldiers marching toward him. He rose from his bed, his hand reaching for the sword that rested beside him. His instinct screamed at him to stay, to wait for the danger to reveal itself. But something inside him told him that there was no escaping the truth. The curse was real. And it had come for him. As he stepped into the hallway, he saw her, a figure draped in shadow, her face obscured by the darkness. It was the spirit of his father, or so it seemed. Her eyes burned with a cold fire, and her voice echoed like a distant storm. "The throne is not yours to keep," she whispered, her voice like the wind, cold and sharp. "It was never meant for you." Tudhalia felt his knees weaken as the weight of her words settled over him. His father's ghost? No. It couldn't be. The throne was his now. He had earned it. He had given everything for it. But the spirit was not done. "You are not the first to wear the crown," she continued, her voice growing louder. "You are not the first to fall. But you are the one who will break the cycle. You must choose. You must sacrifice what you hold most dear, or you will join the others, lost to the curse forever." Tudhalia's heart raced. The curse had come for him, no longer a shadow, no longer a whisper. It was here, in the very halls of the palace, claiming what it was owed. But what was the sacrifice? What would he have to give up to break free from the chain that had bound his family for so long? The days grew darker as the weight of his decision pressed upon him. The once immaculate palace seemed to close in on him, its walls whispering with voices from the past, voices of those who had worn the crown before him. One by one, the kings had fallen, their fate sealed by the curse. Would he be the next? Would he, too, be consumed by the shadow that loomed over the throne? And then, as if to prove the curse was real, the unthinkable happened. The royal line was threatened from within. A family member, long thought loyal, betrayed him, and in a violent coup, the throne was taken. Blood was spilled, and the people, once loyal to the king, turned their backs on him, seeing in him only the curse of a doomed lineage. His enemies gathered strength, and the palace that had once been his home became a prison. Tudhalia had been warned. He had seen the signs, heard the whispers. But in the end, it was not the curse that defeated him, it was his own choices, his own fear of what the throne had become. His fear of what the crown might cost him. And so, like those who had come before him, Tudhalia was swallowed by the curse, his story another chapter in the long, tragic history of kings and crowns, where the blood of the royal line is never enough to free the soul from the weight of destiny. The throne, once a symbol of power, had become a tomb, a place where rulers were both crowned and buried, their names whispered in the dark for generations to come. The wind carried voices. Soft, yet heavy. It whispered across the stone walls of Hattusa, curling through the streets like an unseen hand brushing against the hearts of those who dared to listen. On the highest hill, the great temple loomed, silent, expectant. The torches flickered uneasily, as if the flames themselves could sense the weight of what was to come. Inside, the king knelt before the altar, his head bowed low. The room was empty, yet it felt crowded, the air thick with something far greater than mortal men. He was not alone. Not truly. The divine council was watching. There was no mistaking their presence. The storm god's gaze bore down on him, fierce and unrelenting, like thunder ready to strike. To his right, Arena, the sun goddess, glowed faintly, her warmth distant but steady, as if waiting to see if this mortal king would stand or crumble beneath their gaze. Behind them, the others loomed, silent, shadowy figures of gods whose names were too ancient for even the oldest scribes to remember. The king raised his eyes slowly, daring to meet the emptiness before him. "I have come," he whispered, though his voice felt small against the weight of the room. "I seek your guidance." The torches flared without warning. Bright. Blinding. A cold gust swept through the chamber, rattling the bronze shields that hung along the walls. This was how it always began. The gods were listening. Long ago, it was said the council had shaped the fate of Hattusa with their own hands, pulling the strings of kings like puppets in a play too grand for mortals to understand. No decision of great importance could be made without their silent approval or wrath. Every treaty, every conquest, every betrayal bore the mark of divine will. The line between politics and faith had long since vanished. And now, the king could feel them, their unseen hands pressing against his back, urging him forward. He remembered the stories of his grandfather, who had once stood in this very place, trembling as the council's judgment rained down upon him. It was during the Great Famine, when the fields yielded nothing but dust, and the people cried out for salvation. Desperate, his grandfather had come to the temple, offering everything he had, gold, cattle, even his own blood, only to find the gods unmoved. It wasn't until he stood on the edge of the city, torch in hand, threatening to burn Hattusa to the ground, that they finally answered. The rains came that night, sudden and fierce, flooding the streets and soaking the earth. The famine ended. But the message had been clear. The gods required sacrifice. Tonight, the king feared what that sacrifice might be. A soft chime echoed from the far end of the chamber. The bronze bell, suspended above the altar, swung gently, though no one had touched it. The storm god had spoken. The king closed his eyes, gripping the hilt of his ceremonial dagger until his knuckles turned white. He had known this moment would come. The war with the northern tribes had dragged on for too long. His enemies grew bolder with each passing day, their armies creeping ever closer to Hattusa's gates. Victory felt as distant as the horizon. But the gods, oh, the gods, had the power to shift the tide of war with a single breath. The king rose to his feet, his heart pounding against his ribs. "I will offer what you ask," he said, his voice steadier now, though the weight of the dagger in his hand felt heavier than it ever had before. The chime rang again, louder this time, like thunder rolling across the sky. He knew what it meant. Not gold. Not cattle. Blood. A sacrifice of royal blood. His son, the prince, was only 12. For a fleeting moment, doubt gripped him. Could he truly do this? Could he give up the only thing he held dear, the child who bore the future of his line? The torches flared once more, as if the gods themselves were impatient. It was not his place to question. Stepping away from the altar, the king left the chamber, his footsteps echoing in the empty halls. His heart felt heavier with each step, but the path had already been chosen. The divine council had spoken. Later that night, the sky over Hattusa burned with stars, brighter than they had been in years. Some said it was a sign of favor, a blessing from the gods. Others whispered of darker things, that the gods' hunger had been sated, but not without cost. And far beyond the city walls, where the fires of war raged endlessly, the wind shifted. The northern tribes faltered. Victory was near. But for the king, there was no celebration. Only silence. For even in triumph, the gods had their price. The night sky trembled with stars, and the city of Hattusa held its breath. Torches lined the path leading to the great temple, their flames swaying in the wind like restless spirits waiting for something unseen. Every stone, every carved pillar seemed to hum with quiet expectation. Inside the temple, the king stood alone, wrapped in robes the color of the setting sun. His face was calm, but his hands betrayed him, fingers curling and uncurling at his sides, as if trying to grasp the weight of the moment. The time had come. For months, the people had waited. The fields lay dry, the rivers shallow, and the earth goddess, Hepit, had turned her gaze away. Crops withered beneath the unrelenting sun. Livestock weakened, their cries thin and hopeless. It was said the land reflected the soul of the king, and for too long, he had been alone. Tonight, that would change. The sacred marriage would bind him to Hepit, the goddess of the land, the mother of fertility and life itself. Through their union, the earth would soften, the skies would darken with rain, and life would flow back into the veins of Hattusa. But first, he had to find her. The temple's doors opened, and the priests led him forward. They wore masks of bulls and lions, their eyes hidden beneath the hollowed faces of beasts. In their hands, they carried branches of cedar, their scent sharp and earthy. The king followed in silence, his heart pounding louder than their footsteps. In the heart of the temple, the great hall flickered with the glow of a single brazier. At its center stood a woman. Her face was hidden behind a veil of white, and she stood as still as the statues carved along the walls. Her bare feet rested upon the cold stone, unflinching, as if she had grown from the ground itself. She did not move as the king approached. But he felt her. Hepit, the earth goddess, or the closest thing to her that mortal eyes could see. The priests began to chant, their voices low and rhythmic, rising and falling like the breath of the wind. The air thickened, pressing against the king's chest. He stepped closer, feeling as though invisible hands guided his every move. The woman lifted her head slowly, and the veil slipped from her face. Her eyes were ancient, dark as the soil after rain, and when she looked at him, the king felt as though she could see straight into the marrow of his bones. The chant grew louder. One by one, the priests extinguished the torches until the only light came from the brazier, its glow casting long shadows across the stone. The king knelt. Before her, he was not a ruler, not a warrior, not a man whose name would echo in the stories of generations to come. He was simply mortal. She reached out, her fingers grazing his brow, and the moment her skin touched his, the air shifted. The temple seemed to vanish. He saw the land stretched out before him, dry and cracked beneath the weight of an unforgiving sky. But as her hand lingered, something changed. The earth darkened, rich and full. The rivers began to flow, twisting like silver serpents across the land. Trees burst forth from the ground, their branches heavy with fruit, and the fields rolled green and golden beneath the sun. He could feel it, the land awakening beneath her touch. When she spoke, her voice was not loud, but it echoed within his skull, filling every hollow space. "Rise," she said. The king lifted his head. The temple returned, and the vision faded, but its weight lingered in his chest. The priest stepped forward, offering a cup of honeyed wine. The woman took it first, pressing it to her lips before passing it to him. Their hands brushed once more. The wine was sweet, thick with the taste of something older than the grapes from which it had come. The chanting ceased. The ceremony was done. Outside, the first drops of rain began to fall. By morning, the rivers would swell, and the fields would drink deeply. But the king would not sleep. He stood at the temple's threshold, watching the rain trickle down the stone steps, his heart still tethered to the woman in the hall, the goddess who now walked beside him in every shadow, every drop of water, every grain of soil beneath his feet. And in that quiet, the land breathed again. The wind whispered through the empty streets of Hattusa, curling around the great stone walls as if searching for something or someone. The torches had long since burned out, leaving only the pale glow of the moon to watch over the sleeping city. Yet deep beneath the palace, where the stone steps twisted down into darkness, no one dared to tread. The king lay awake in his chamber, eyes fixed on the ceiling. He could hear it, the faint scrape of footsteps in the corridor outside his door. Slow. Steady. A sound that did not belong to the living. Lilwani's shadow had returned. It always came in the still hours, long after the fires had died and the temple bells lay silent. The priests said the underworld god could not enter without an invitation, but the king knew better. Lilwani needed no invitation. His claim had been written long ago, in the bones of kings who had ruled before him, in the blood of sacrifices that soaked the earth beneath the great temple. Hattusa belonged to the gods, but the underworld belonged to Lilwani alone. The footsteps stopped. The king waited, but nothing followed. Perhaps tonight, Lilwani was only watching. He sat up, unable to shake the weight pressing down on his chest. Across the room, the great bronze mirror flickered in the moonlight, but it did not reflect the chamber as it should. A figure stood there, draped in shadows. The king's heart thundered. "You are not supposed to be here," he said, voice steady but low. The figure said nothing. Its eyes, hollow and endless, glowed faintly like dying embers. A crown of iron sat upon its head, rusted and cracked from the weight of centuries. Lilwani did not speak with words. He did not need to. The king felt the pull, the cold grip that brushed his skin whenever Lilwani came too close. The underworld was never far, and for rulers of Hattusa, it waited at the edges of every step, every breath. The figure lifted one hand, and the bronze mirror darkened. Images flickered across its surface, kings who had once stood in this very chamber, their faces gaunt, eyes sunken. They were strong in life, but in death, Lilwani claimed them all the same. "Not yet," the king whispered. The reflection shifted. Now, it showed the city, streets filled with people, the markets alive with laughter and song. Yet Lilwani's shadow stretched over it, long and unbroken, as if the underworld had already swallowed half of Hattusa. The figure took a step forward. The king clenched his fists, nails digging into his palms until they left crescents of blood. He would not let Lilwani take him, not tonight. "You will have me when the gods decide," the king said through gritted teeth. The figure stopped. Lilwani's gaze bore into him, but something else stirred in the air. The faintest hint of incense, the scent used only in the temple during rites of protection. Another shadow slipped into the room, but this one did not belong to Lilwani. It was smaller, quieter. The reflection in the mirror shifted once more, and the image of the earth goddess, Hepit, emerged behind him. Lilwani's grip loosened. The figure began to fade, his form dissolving into the stone walls as if he had never been there at all. The king exhaled sharply, his heart still racing. Lilwani was patient. He did not need to rush. The king knew this would not be the last time the underworld god came to claim what he believed was his. But tonight, Hepit had answered. For now, Hattusa would remain in the hands of the living. The first signs were small, so small that no one noticed. A handful of merchants complained of dry throats and weary legs. Farmers returned from their fields earlier, muttering about headaches that wouldn't go away. In the great palace of Hattusa, the air seemed thicker, as if the gods themselves were holding their breath. Then the animals began to die. It started with the goats. They stopped grazing, their eyes glassy and distant. By the next sunrise, they lay scattered across the pastures, their bodies cold and still. Chickens refused to lay eggs, and the oxen collapsed in the middle of plowing, the dirt beneath them darkened by sweat. The priests whispered that it was nothing, a passing shadow. But shadows don't linger. Soon, the people of Hattusa felt it too. It began as a fever that clung to the skin like a second cloak. At first, the sick believed rest would cure them. But the heat did not break. Children coughed until their small bodies shuddered, and mothers placed damp cloths on their foreheads, hoping the water would cool what the gods had set aflame. By the time the third moon had risen, the streets were quieter. Markets emptied. Temples overflowed with offerings, grain, honey, gold, anything to draw the eyes of the gods away from the city. The fires in the hearths burned lower, and the songs of Hattusa faded into silence. The king stood before the altar of Tarhan, the storm god, his head bowed low. Behind him, the priests chanted, their voices echoing off the stone walls. The air smelled of charred meat and incense, thick and bitter. "Why?" the king whispered. "What have we done?" The fire flickered, but the god did not answer. In the quiet, an old woman approached the temple steps, her hair as pale as the moon. She carried nothing but a clay bowl filled with blackened bread. The priests tried to turn her away, but the king raised his hand. She stepped forward, her feet bare against the cold stone. "The gods do not take without reason," she said, her voice like dry leaves. "A promise has been broken." The king stiffened. "What promise?" The woman's eyes darkened. "One made long ago, by a man whose name no longer rests on mortal lips." "But the gods remember." The priests exchanged uneasy glances, but the king did not look away. "What must be done?" he asked. The woman placed the bowl at his feet. "The earth must drink." Her words hung in the air long after she had gone. That night, the sky opened, and rain poured over Hattusa for the first time in months. But it was not enough. The sickness remained, clinging to the city like a second skin. In the far corners of the palace, a child coughed weakly beneath a wool blanket. His mother held his hand, tears streaming down her face. Across the hall, a soldier knelt beside his dying brother, their shadows flickering against the torchlight. The gods were not satisfied. At dawn, the king rode alone to the hills overlooking the city. The wind tugged at his cloak, and the land below stretched out in silence. Hattusa, once filled with life, now seemed pale beneath the rising sun. From the east, the faint hum of drums echoed across the valley. Not war drums. These were different, low, rhythmic, ancient. The priests gathered at the temple gates, their faces pale. They knew the sound. A procession of men and women climbed the steps to the temple, their heads covered with white cloth. In their hands, they carried clay vessels, each one filled with water drawn from the sacred spring beyond the city walls. The king watched in silence as the priests poured the water over the temple threshold, letting it run down the stone steps like rivers of silver. It was an offering, one the gods would accept in their own time. As the last vessel emptied, a sudden gust of wind swept through the temple courtyard, extinguishing the torches in one breath. The fever broke by morning. The people of Hattusa rose from their beds, their bodies weakened but whole. The animals returned to the fields, and the market filled once more with the sound of voices, the clatter of bronze, the laughter of children. But the shadow of the plague never truly left. To this day, when the first signs of sickness return, the priests still climb the temple steps in silence, their hands trembling as they pour water over the stones. The stone was cold beneath his hand, colder than it should have been under the heat of the midday sun. It wasn't the kind of cold that faded with time. This chill settled into the bones, crawling slowly until it reached the heart. The king's fingers trembled as he pressed his palm against the surface, feeling the rough carvings cut by men long dead. The priests stood in a circle, their heads bowed low. No one spoke. Words were dangerous in front of the stone. It had no name, but the people of Hattusa whispered of it in the dark corners of the city. They called it the Oath Stone, a relic older than the walls that towered around them. Some believed the gods had placed it here, while others claimed the stone had risen from the ground on its own, summoned by something far older than the gods. The king's breath felt heavier as he knelt before it. "Speak the words," the high priest said softly. His voice cracked, as if the weight of this moment was too much even for him. The king swallowed, his throat dry. "I swear by the stone," he began, his voice barely above a whisper, "by the gods who watch and by the shadows that sleep beneath this land," his heart pounded louder than his words, "that I will hold to this oath until the end of my days." The wind stirred, and for a moment, it felt as if the stone listened. There were stories, old ones, about men who broke their oaths. They never died quickly. Some lost their voices, unable to speak again until they lay in the ground. Others were found wandering the forests outside the city walls, their minds lost to something unseen. And then there were those who simply disappeared, their names scratched from the records as if they had never existed at all. The stone did not forget. As the king rose to his feet, he caught the eyes of the priest standing closest to him. There was something there, fear, maybe even pity. The king looked away. They said oaths made before the stone were binding, not just to the men who spoke them, but to their blood. Sons bore the weight of their fathers' promises, and daughters carried the whispers of vows they never made. A boy stood at the edge of the temple courtyard, watching from a distance. His hair was dark, and his eyes, though young, seemed to know too much. The king's gaze lingered for only a moment before he turned back to the stone. The boy was his son. And one day, the stone would call for him too. The ceremony ended without fanfare. The priests left silently, their white robes trailing over the steps as the king remained behind. The courtyard felt smaller now, the sky pressing closer. He knelt once more, his hands resting lightly against the stone. "Will you keep me to this, even when the gods forget?" he asked, his voice too soft to carry. The stone gave no answer. But as he pulled his hands away, faint lines of red stretched across his palms. Dust hung thick in the air, turning the light to gold as the sun crept higher. Horses shifted nervously, their hooves pawing at the dry ground, sensing the weight of what was coming. Across the plain, the banners of Egypt fluttered, crimson and gold against the pale sky. The city of Kadesh sat in the distance, its stone walls silent, as if waiting to see which king the gods would favor. Muwatalli stood at the edge of his war chariot, his fingers tightening on the reins. The leather felt rough, worn by the grip of generations before him. Hattus's pride rested on his shoulders, but it was the god's gaze he felt the heaviest. Tarhun, the storm god, watched from above. The king could feel it in the weight of the wind that pressed against his back. The scouts had spoken of Pharaoh Ramesses, bold, confident, and young. Some whispered that the gods whispered in his ear. Others said he led armies like a man possessed. Muwatalli wondered if those whispers had reached the heavens or if the gods waited silently, indifferent to the blood that would be spilled beneath them. The morning stretched long, the stillness almost unbearable. Then the horns shattered the quiet. Across the field, the Egyptian chariots surged forward, wheels rattling like distant thunder. The earth seemed to tremble beneath them. Muwatalli raised his hand, and his own forces responded, the Hittite lines moving as one, a sea of iron and bronze cresting toward the enemy. The chariots struck first, crashing into the Egyptian lines like a wave. Spears flashed in the sunlight, and the cries of men and horses filled the air. Muwatalli's own chariot tore forward, weaving through the chaos. He could see the figure of Pharaoh at the center of it all, his golden armor burning like fire against the horizon. For a moment, their eyes met across the battlefield. The clash was relentless. Hittite warriors swarmed around the Egyptian forces, cutting through ranks, but Ramesses did not break. His chariot struck back with precision, driving wedges through the Hittite lines, scattering soldiers like leaves caught in the wind. Muwatalli felt the weight of the battle pressing down. He called out to Tarhun beneath his breath. There were stories of kings who claimed the gods rode with them, guiding their blades. But today, it felt as though the gods were silent, watching from the clouds above, unmoved by the cries of mortal men. And then the tide shifted. From the hills beyond, Hittite reinforcements appeared, their banners dark against the sky. Muwatalli's heart lifted. They surged forward, crashing into the Egyptian flank with a fury that shook the ground. But Ramesses did not fall. The pharaoh stood firm, rallying his men, driving forward with a force that seemed almost unnatural. His warriors encircled him like a living shield, unyielding in their defense. Muwatalli pressed on, his chariot cutting through the battlefield, but even as the day dragged into dusk, neither side could claim victory. When the dust finally settled, the fields were littered with broken weapons and shattered shields. The dead lay silent beneath the fading light. Both kings stood, battered but unbroken, their eyes meeting once more across the field of Kadesh. It was not victory that Muwatalli felt as he watched the Egyptian forces retreat into the distance. It was something else, a quiet understanding that neither man had fought alone. The gods had been there, somewhere in the wind, somewhere in the blood that soaked the earth. The moon was not right. It hung low and heavy, burning red as if soaked in the blood of the gods. The air itself seemed to pulse beneath it, thick and restless. The elders whispered that no king should march beneath such a sky. But kings do not always listen to whispers. The war drums of Hattusa had already sounded, echoing through the valleys like the heartbeat of something ancient. Soldiers sharpened their blades by firelight, their faces half-lit, shadows curling under their eyes like spirits waiting to take hold. Tudhaliya stood apart from them, silent at the edge of the camp. His gaze never left the sky. The crimson glow wrapped around him like a shroud. His general approached, but the words hung in his throat before they could escape. Tudhaliya knew what he wanted to say. "It's a sign," the general finally muttered, low enough that only the king could hear. "The red moon calls for blood." Tudhaliya's fingers traced the hilt of his sword, cold against his palm. "Then let it take theirs," he said softly, though even he wasn't sure whether he was speaking to the gods or to the soldiers waiting beyond the hills. Across the plain, the enemy's fires flickered in the distance. The kingdom of Arzawa had risen against Hattusa's claim, and their defiance had drawn the wrath of the storm god Tarhan himself, or so the priests claimed. But Tarhan's voice had been silent. Only the red moon spoke now. As the night stretched on, the sky seemed to grow darker, as if the moon drank the light from the stars. Even the horses grew uneasy, their ears flicking toward shadows that weren't there. The attack came with the first shiver of wind. The Arzawan forces surged forward, their war cries tearing through the night like the wails of forgotten spirits. Hittite chariots met them head-on, the wheels cutting furrows in the dirt, iron-tipped spears clashing with shields that rang like thunder. Tudhaliya rode at the front, his blade a silver flash beneath the red sky. The ground trembled beneath the weight of men and horses, and the air grew thick with dust, choking the stars until only the crimson moon remained. He fought without thought, each swing of his sword finding a mark, but it wasn't victory he felt. It was something else, something colder. Men fell on both sides, their bodies swallowed by the earth, and the battle shifted like a tide, pulling back and crashing forward again. As the night wore on, the red moon seemed to grow brighter, bathing the battlefield in an eerie glow that made the blood shimmer on the ground. Some men whispered that they saw shapes moving through the haze, shadows that fought with no master, striking down soldier and king alike. Tudhaliya pressed forward, his chariot thundering over the broken ground, but the further he rode, the quieter the battle became. It was not the quiet of victory. Around him, men still fought, but their faces seemed strange, almost hollow, as if they no longer belonged to the living. He caught a glimpse of one of his own warriors, eyes black as coal, his mouth moving in words that no tongue could form. The soldier fell a moment later, though no blade had touched him. The moon burned brighter. Tudhaliya's heart pounded. He turned his gaze upward once more, searching for the stars, but they were gone. The sky was nothing but black and red. A scream echoed across the battlefield, not from a soldier, but from something else. Something older. Tudhaliya's grip tightened on his sword as he drove forward, cutting through the enemy ranks. But the sound followed him, winding through the battle like smoke. At the heart of the battlefield, he found it. A figure stood there, draped in shadow, the red moonlight curling around him like fire. His face was pale and sharp, his eyes hollow as the night sky. The figure raised a hand, and the battlefield seemed to still. Tudhalia felt the weight of unseen eyes pressing down on him, and for the first time since the war began, he felt fear creep into his bones. He did not know whether the figure belonged to the gods or to the dead. But as the figure lowered his hand, the wind shifted. The red moon began to fade. Slowly, the stars flickered back into the sky, their pale light cutting through the darkness. By dawn, the enemy had fled, their forces scattered like ash in the wind. The blood that soaked the earth had turned dark beneath the morning sun, and the red moon was gone. Tudhalia stood at the edge of the battlefield, gazing out across the land that had nearly swallowed them all. His men whispered of victory, but Tudhalia knew better. The gods had not granted them mercy. They had simply looked away. The wind carried the taste of salt and something else, something colder. From the cliffs overlooking Arzawa, the sea stretched endless and dark, but the waves whispered with unease. Fishermen swore they heard voices beneath the tide. They stopped casting their nets when the water turned black under the moonlight. The priests said it was a sign. The sea gods were angry. But kings do not fear the sea. Tudhalia's army stood at the edge of Arzawa's great harbor, where ships swayed like restless spirits. The city walls loomed ahead, white against the sky. They had stood for 100 years, but not tonight. Tonight, the gods would break them. The first breach came at dusk. A sudden storm rolled in without warning, swallowing the horizon. The sky bled purple and gold as thunder cracked so loudly that it shook the ground. Some soldiers hesitated, glancing at the clouds as if expecting them to split open. But Tudhalia stepped forward. Sword in hand, he led the charge, his voice cutting through the rain. Hittite spears clashed against Arzawan shields, the sound ringing like the call of distant bells. The ground slicked with mud and blood, and still, the sea rose higher. By midnight, the gates had fallen. Inside the city, the streets twisted like veins. Flames licked the rooftops, and the cries of the wounded bled into the wind. Tudhalia pressed deeper into the heart of Arzawa, but the closer he came to the temples by the shore, the stronger the storm grew. His men whispered that the sea gods were waking. As they neared the great temple of Arzawa's sea god, the wind stopped. The silence that followed was heavy, stretching so long that even the dying seemed to hold their breath. Tudhalia felt it before he saw it. The air shifted, colder than the rain, and from the temple's entrance came a figure wrapped in silver robes. His face was hidden beneath a veil, but the storm seemed to ripple around him, parting at his steps. The priests of Arzawa did not flee. They knelt. Tudhalia's grip tightened on his sword, but the figure lifted a hand, palm facing outward. The wind returned, but it did not scream. It sang. From the sea, shadows began to rise. Tudhalia's soldiers froze as dark shapes emerged from the waves, dragging themselves onto the shore. Their forms were neither man nor beast, glistening under the moonlight with eyes that burned like pale fire. The sea had answered. One by one, the shadows moved forward, silent but relentless. Spears broke against them, and arrows turned to salt in the air. Soldiers fought, but the shadows passed through them, leaving only cold behind. Tudhalia stood his ground as the figure in silver approached. "Do you know this city?" the figure asked, his voice soft as the tide. Tudhalia did not answer. This was not built by kings. It was shaped by the sea, piece by piece, until men thought they ruled it. But the sea does not forget what belongs to it. The figure's gaze shifted toward the flames rising over the city. "You have burned what cannot die." Tudhalia raised his sword. The blade trembled in his hand, though his grip never faltered. "This city belongs to the gods now," the figure whispered. As the words left his lips, the sea surged forward. It swept through the streets, pouring through stone alleys and temple steps, swallowing fire and ash. The dead sank beneath it, but the shadows did not fade. They grew, rising higher until their shapes towered over the city like forgotten giants. The priests remained kneeling as the water touched their feet. They did not move as the tide claimed them. Tudhalia watched, his soldiers retreating behind him, but he did not follow. When the sea receded, Arzawa was gone. The streets lay empty, the fires drowned, and the walls nothing but pale stone glistening under the moonlight. The silver-robed figure was nowhere to be seen. But the sea whispered his name. The first sign came with the crows. They circled the palace at dusk, black wings slicing the sky until not even the sun could break through. Servants whispered it was an omen. The king's daughters knew better. Lelani, eldest by birth, knelt beside her father's bed. His breaths were shallow, the rise and fall of his chest almost too faint to see. A dozen priests hovered nearby, chanting in low voices, but no god answered. Across the room, Celine stood by the window. Her eyes were hard, watching the sun slip below the horizon. She did not speak to Lelani. They had not spoken in months. The king's crown lay untouched on the stone table between them, gold glinting under the dim light of the oil lamps. Lelani looked away. The king had not been dead an hour before the palace doors slammed open. Celine's voice echoed through the hall, strong and unyielding as she stepped forward. Soldiers followed in her shadow. "Lelani," she said, eyes never leaving her sister. "The throne cannot stay empty." Lelani's heart twisted. "It will not," she replied. Celine's gaze flickered to the crown resting by their father's still hands. For a long moment, neither of them moved. The priest stopped chanting. It was Lelani who reached for the crown first. Celine drew her blade. The clash of steel shattered the silence, ringing so loud that the crows scattered from the palace roof. Lelani's sword met her sister's, sparks flying as they circled the body of the dead king. The priests fled. Blood stained the stone floor before the night was over. By dawn, the city was burning. The people called it a war of queens, but the truth ran deeper than they could know. Lelani stood atop the palace walls as smoke twisted over the streets below. Her soldiers held the gates, but she saw Celine's banners rising beyond the hills. They had been sisters once, but no sister would raise an army of shadows. Celine did not fight alone. It was said the goddess of war had chosen her, whispering from the dark corners of the temple. When Celine rode to battle, her enemies swore they saw fire curl around her feet, and those who dared to face her blade said her eyes glowed like embers. But Lelani prayed to the goddess of light. And light does not bow to the dark. On the seventh night, the wind shifted. Lelani stood at the head of her army, watching the two moons rise. Celine's forces waited on the other side of the valley, shadows flickering at their feet. Between them, the battlefield lay still. It was not the soldiers who broke the silence. From the far end of the valley, the ground began to crack. The earth trembled, and from the shadows rose two figures, their forms shifting like smoke. One draped in flame, the other wrapped in pale gold. The goddesses. Their war was older than the throne, older than the city itself. And now, they would end it. Celine stepped forward, her blade gleaming under the light of the blood moon. Lelani did the same, her shield catching the stars. Neither spoke. When their swords met, the valley erupted in fire and light. The earth trembled, and the sky darkened. It wasn't the storm that caused the ground to shake, nor the battle cries that echoed through the valley. No. It was something older, something far more ancient, that stirred beneath the surface. The legends say it was the land itself that opened up and swallowed the souls of the men who had marched across it, their feet shaking the earth in warning long before they vanished. The armies of the Hittites had been mighty, strong men with swords that could cleave stone, shields that never bent, and hearts that never faltered. They were led by kings whose names were spoken in awe across the lands, their deeds sung by bards in the courts of distant kingdoms. But there was one army, one campaign, that would haunt the dreams of the Hittites for centuries to come. They were sent to conquer, as kings often do. Their banners fluttered in the wind, their horses kicked up clouds of dust, and their warriors marched in perfect unison. But they never reached their destination. It started with a strange silence. One day, the army had been on the march, their footsteps thundering over the plains, and the next, nothing. No sounds. No cries. No metal clashing against metal. Just the stillness, broken only by the soft sigh of the wind through the grass. It wasn't until a scout ventured ahead, hoping to find a clue to the army's whereabouts, that the first whispers began. The ground had changed. It was not the same earth they had walked upon the day before. It was as though the land itself had shifted, as if something had stirred in its depths. The scout found the tracks of the army, only to watch in horror as the earth began to swallow them, slowly at first, like a great beast waking from a long slumber. Footsteps disappeared into the soil, swallowed whole. The horses, the carts, the soldiers, all of them, gone. And then came the rumblings. The noise that struck fear into the heart of every man who heard it. It was not thunder, for the skies had not even begun to darken. No, it was the sound of the earth breaking open, a roar, a crack, the deep, hollow cry of something ancient, something powerful, something that had been waiting for centuries to awaken. And just like that, the army vanished, as though the earth had eaten them whole. Not a single soul was left. No survivors, no screams, just an empty plain where once they had marched. The legends tell of men who returned to the very spot, hoping to find some trace of the vanished army. But what they found was only dust. The ground was eerily smooth, as if the land itself had erased any memory of the men who had once walked upon it. Those who dared to dig found only darkness, deep, cold, swallowing darkness that seemed to reach out and pull them in. No light. No air. Just the endless depths of the earth, waiting. It was said that the gods themselves were watching, judging. But no one knew for sure what had caused the earth to take them. Some said the army had been cursed for their sins, their violence and greed turning the land against them. Others whispered that it was the will of the gods, a punishment for attempting to conquer lands that were not meant to be touched. Whatever the truth, the disappearance of the army marked the beginning of a long and terrible silence. The land, once fertile and full of life, seemed to grow still and cold. Crops withered, rivers ran dry, and the people began to speak in hushed tones, their eyes turning nervously to the ground beneath their feet. They had seen the army march, and they had seen the earth swallow them. And they feared that the earth might come for them too. The earth itself had become a mystery, no longer simply the ground they walked upon, but something more. It was as if the land held memories, memories of battles fought and lives lost, and it was waiting for the right moment to take it all back. Years passed, and the story of the vanished army faded into legend. But those who still remembered the tale spoke of strange dreams, dreams where the ground opened up, and the soldiers of the lost army rose from the depths, their eyes hollow, their faces twisted in agony. Some said they wandered the plains at night, searching for a way back, but they could never find the light. Others said that the land had consumed them, body and soul, and they were now part of the earth itself, just as the gods had planned. But the truth was that no one could explain what had happened. No one could explain the disappearance, the silence, the cold that lingered long after the earth had swallowed the men whole. The army was gone, but their memory, their stories, would haunt the land forever. The earth had claimed them, but in doing so, it had claimed the hearts of the people too. As the years turned into decades, and the centuries passed, the legend of the vanished army became more than just a tale. It became a warning. A warning to those who walked too confidently across the land, thinking they could conquer it. It reminded them that the earth was not just something to be walked upon, but something alive, something powerful. And just as it could give life, it could just as easily take it away. And so the land stood still, waiting. Waiting for another army to march too far, to push too hard, to think they could take more than the earth was willing to give. The earth would wait, and when the time came, it would take back what was always meant to be its own. No army, no matter how mighty, could escape its hunger. The men of the vanished army were gone, but they had not been forgotten. Their story was woven into the fabric of the earth itself, and whenever the ground trembled and the skies darkened, people would whisper their names, names lost to time, but never to the earth that had claimed them. The sun had set low over Hattusa, casting long shadows across the city. A dark wind stirred the dust on the streets, carrying with it a strange chill that had no reason to be there. The people whispered as they hurried to their homes, uneasy, as though the air itself was thick with a curse. Somewhere in the distance, the deep rumble of thunder echoed, far away, but still close enough to feel. It was as if the heavens themselves were holding their breath, waiting. Waiting for something to happen. Waiting for a reckoning. King Suppiluliuma I had never feared the gods. He had built empires, crushed enemies, and carved a legacy across the lands. He had taken what he wanted from the world and bent it to his will. When his eyes rested on the mountains, he saw nothing but opportunity. When he gazed at the rivers, he saw only paths to more conquests. The gods, to him, were no more than another tool, something to be manipulated like any other force in his kingdom. But that was before the curse. It had started with a simple decision, a defiance. Suppiluliuma had grown tired of the endless sacrifices, the offerings to the gods that seemed to ask for more with every passing year. He had seen the priests, their long robes flowing like shadows, their hands raised in reverence, begging for divine favor. He had heard the chants, the songs of worship, and something inside him had snapped. He was a king, the ruler of men. Why should he bow to unseen forces, to gods who cared little for the lives of mortals? So, one fateful day, in the heart of his kingdom, he declared that he would no longer make offerings to the gods. No more sacrifices. No more prayers. He would take the world on his own terms, as he always had. The people, the priests, they had begged him to reconsider. They told him of the terrible wrath that could follow such arrogance, the consequences of ignoring the gods. But he would not listen. He was the king, and no one, no god, no man, could stand against him. That night, a storm rolled in from the mountains, black clouds swirling above Hattusa like a living thing. The winds howled, and the thunder cracked with such force that the very earth beneath the city trembled. It was as if the gods themselves were angry, their voices booming in the sky. But Suppiluliuma stood tall, his chest puffed out, his eyes blazing with defiance. He had made his choice, and he would not bow to anyone. Then the sky opened up, and the rain poured down in torrents. The next day, nothing seemed to be amiss. The sun rose, the people went about their daily lives, and the king held court as usual. But deep inside, something had changed. Something dark and heavy. A sense of foreboding hung over the kingdom, like the feeling before a battle. A chill lingered in the air that could not be explained. The wind itself seemed to whisper warnings, but they went unheard. Days turned into weeks, and the storm that had struck Hattusa never truly ended. The rains came and went, but they were always heavy, always too much. Crops withered in the fields, unable to grow in the endless dampness. Livestock grew weak and sickly, their bodies wasting away. The rivers, once the lifeblood of the kingdom, began to overflow their banks, flooding villages and drowning the people. It was as though the land itself had turned against its rulers. But it wasn't just the land that was suffering. The very heart of the kingdom seemed to wither. Suppiluliuma, once a king of unmatched strength, found himself stricken with a mysterious illness. His body grew weak, his once strong frame trembling with fever. His thoughts became clouded, and his dreams were filled with whispers, soft, hissing whispers that crawled into his ears when he slept. At first, he thought it was the toll of the years, the wear of constant battles. But as the days passed, he realized it was something more. The gods were angry. The storm had not been a coincidence. It had been their response, their punishment for his arrogance. And now, they had come for him. One evening, as Suppiluliuma lay in his bed, his body racked with fever, he heard the voice of a god, low, menacing, and filled with venom. "You thought you could defy us," the voice hissed. "You thought you were beyond our reach. But there is no escape from the will of the gods." The king could barely move, his hands trembling as he reached for the air around him. His mind spun, and in that moment, he realized the price of his defiance. The gods were not just angry, they were wrathful, and they would not rest until they had taken everything from him. His kingdom. His strength. His life. The storm raged on. Days blurred into one another, and the suffering of the land deepened. The people grew desperate, praying for mercy, offering what little they had left to the gods, but their cries went unanswered. Hattusa was no longer the proud city it had once been. It was a shadow of itself, haunted by the wrath of the gods and the curse of a king who had defied them. But the curse was not just confined to the kingdom. No, the gods were thorough in their punishment. They sought out every corner of the earth, reaching into distant lands, affecting the kingdoms around Hattusa. The other nations whispered in fear, for they knew that a curse of this magnitude was not something to be ignored. It was a warning to them all. And as the days wore on, it became clear that the gods would not rest until every corner of the earth felt their anger. The curse of Suppiluliuma spread like a sickness. His name became a curse in its own right. No one dared speak it aloud, for to utter it was to invite the wrath of the gods. His kingdom had fallen, and in his arrogance, he had set in motion a chain of events that would shape the fate of empires. His defiance had cost him everything: his health, his wealth, his kingdom, his legacy. As the years passed, the storms grew quieter, the rains less frequent, but the shadow of the curse remained. Suppiluliuma's name would forever be tied to the wrath of the gods, a reminder of what happens when mortals dare to challenge the divine. And in the dark of night, when the wind howls through the trees, the people of Hattusa still whisper his name, fearful that one day the gods will return. The wind twisted through the broken stones of Hattusa, carrying voices that had no source. They murmured softly, just beneath the edge of hearing, as if the very walls remembered the lives once lived within them. Few dared walk the forgotten paths after sunset. Those who did often returned pale, silent, and unwilling to speak of what they had seen or heard. The ruins were not empty. Everyone knew that. Some said the spirits of fallen soldiers lingered there, trapped between worlds, their swords rusting beside their bones. Others whispered of lost kings, betrayed and buried beneath the stones they had ruled over. But the oldest stories told of something older. Shadows that had no shape. Figures that could not be named. It began long ago, when the city still stood tall. On moonless nights, strange voices echoed through the streets, calling softly from the darker corners of the palace. Guards stationed along the outer walls claimed to hear footsteps approaching, but when they peered into the distance, the roads were empty. Fires flickered without wind, and sometimes, faint figures could be seen standing atop the towers, watching. As Hattusa fell into ruin, the voices only grew louder. A boy once dared to walk the ruins at twilight. His friends had dared him, pushing him forward with nervous laughter until he disappeared into the shadows of the old temple. He had only been gone a few minutes before they heard his scream. When they found him, he was curled into a ball, rocking back and forth, his eyes wide and unblinking. He spoke only one word: "They're listening." No one knew what he meant, but from that day on, the whispering grew louder. It was said that the spirits of the ruins did not like to be disturbed. A mason who had gone to gather stone for repairs on a noble's home returned with his hair turned white, trembling violently as if gripped by fever. He claimed he had seen figures standing along the old walls, staring at him with hollow eyes. They did not speak, but he heard them all the same, voices curling through his mind like smoke, speaking of things no living man should know. He refused to return, and within a week, he was dead. The elders spoke of the ruins with reverence, but also with fear. "The stones remember everything," one old woman would say, her voice hushed, as if the spirits might be listening even then. "They hold the weight of every sorrow, every betrayal, and every drop of blood spilled on this land. When you walk among them, you are not alone." Many believed the spirits were those who had died unjustly, souls with unfinished stories. A servant wrongfully executed, a child lost to the cruelty of war, a priest silenced for speaking against the king. Their grief soaked into the walls, their rage woven into the cracks of every stone. It was said that if you stood still long enough, you could hear their stories whispered by the wind. But there was one spirit whose voice rose above the rest. They called him the Nameless King. Long ago, before Hattusa crumbled, a king betrayed his own brother to secure the throne. The brother was thrown into the dungeons beneath the city and left to starve. Night after night, he called out from the darkness, begging to be freed. But his cries were ignored, and he died alone, forgotten by the world above. It is said that when the city began to fall, it was his voice that echoed through the palace first. Guards reported hearing footsteps outside their chambers, but when they opened the doors, no one stood there. The king himself awoke to find faint scratches along the stone beside his bed, marks that seemed to spell out his brother's name. One night, the king vanished without a trace. The throne stood empty, but those who passed the palace gates swore they could see a figure standing behind the old curtains, watching them with hollow eyes. Even now, those who dare to approach the ruins speak of him. On cold nights, when the moon is full, his voice carries through the valley. His words are faint, but filled with longing. Some say he mourns the life stolen from him. Others say he waits, hoping someone will call his name and finally grant him rest. But no one dares speak it aloud. The fear is too great, and the ruins too heavy with sorrow. Merchants who pass through Hattusa at dusk refuse to look directly at the old gates, claiming they can feel eyes watching from the shadows. They hurry their steps, pulling their cloaks tighter around their bodies, and whisper prayers to gods who no longer answer. But the whispering never stops. One winter, a wandering priest arrived in the city and made the mistake of walking alone among the ruins after sunset. When he returned, his hands trembled as though the cold had seeped into his very bones. "They are there," he said, his voice barely louder than a breath. "They are always there." He did not stay long. To this day, Hattusa's ruins remain silent, but not empty. The wind still carries their stories, soft and broken, through the hollow streets. Travelers pass quickly, avoiding the old paths and the shattered stones that seem to hum with voices beneath their feet. But some nights, when the wind is still and the stars burn bright above the crumbling towers, a faint sound can be heard. It is not the howling of wolves or the rustling of leaves. It is softer, quieter. A whisper. The torches flickered, their light barely cutting through the cold stone of the chamber. Mursalai stood at the edge of the throne room, his heart pounding like war drums. His eyes never left his uncle, Hattusili, who sat upon the golden throne that had once been promised to him. The air felt heavy that night, as if the gods themselves lingered, waiting. Mursalai's fingers curled into his palms, nails biting into his skin. He remembered the day he was crowned, the cheers, the banners, the weight of the crown on his brow. That was before Hattusili returned from the northern campaigns. Before the whispers began. A better king, they had said. Stronger. Wiser. But strength was not always enough. Mursalai watched in silence as Hattusili spoke to the nobles, his voice calm, commanding. There was no trace of the man who had once knelt at his feet. Now the court knelt for him. Mursalai had always known betrayal was a serpent in Hattusa, but he never thought the bite would come from his own blood. That night, as the court emptied, Mursalai lingered in the shadows. His uncle passed him without a glance, his footsteps echoing down the long corridor. The crown glimmered under the torchlight, a reminder of everything Mursalai had lost. It should have ended there, a prince cast aside, living quietly in the outer halls of the palace. But the gods were not finished with him. Weeks passed. The snow melted from the mountains, and the spring rains came. The whispers grew louder. Mursalai's name was spoken in hushed tones, behind doors barely cracked open. His servants avoided his eyes, and even the guards hesitated before bowing. One evening, a storm rolled over the city. Lightning split the sky, and the rain poured in sheets. Mursalai sat alone, the embers of his hearth flickering low. He did not hear the door open. A voice, soft and cold, spoke from the shadows. They will not follow him forever. Mursalai's heart jumped. He turned, but no one stood there. He rose to his feet, searching the room. The voice had felt near, too close. He stepped toward the door, listening, but only the rain greeted him. As he moved back to the fire, he saw them. Footprints. Wet and dark, trailing from the entrance to the center of the room. But the door had never opened. The next morning, news spread through the city. Hattusili had fallen ill. The priests gathered, offering sacrifices to the gods, but the fever grew worse. His skin burned like hot iron, and strange marks, like claw marks, spread across his arms. Mursalai stood outside his uncle's chamber, listening to the sounds of pain beyond the wooden doors. He should have felt anger, or perhaps relief. But all he felt was cold. 2 days later, the fever broke. Hattusili emerged from his bed pale and thin, but alive. The nobles declared it a sign of divine favor, but Mursalai saw something else in his uncle's eyes. Fear. The marks never faded. One night, Hattusili summoned him. The chamber was dim, the air thick with the scent of burning herbs. His uncle sat beside the fire, his hands trembling as he poured wine. He did not look up. "They speak of you," Hattusili said quietly. Mursalai's throat tightened. "The gods," his uncle continued. "They walk behind you. They whisper your name when no one else is listening." Mursalai said nothing. "They will not stop," Hattusili murmured. His eyes lifted, locking with Mursalai's. "Until one of us is gone." The torches sputtered, and for a brief moment, Mursalai thought he saw a shadow standing in the far corner of the room, watching. That night, Mursalai fled the city. But no matter how far he rode, the shadows followed. The first sign was the ravens. They circled overhead, even in places no bird should be. His horse grew skittish, often stopping without reason, ears pinned back toward empty fields. At night, Mursalai awoke to the sound of footsteps just beyond his tent. When he looked, nothing was there. Weeks passed. He crossed the rivers into foreign lands, hoping to leave the gods of Hattusa behind. But the whispers grew louder. By summer, the nightmares began. He dreamed of Hattusa burning, flames devouring the great palace, the walls crumbling to ash. In the center of it all stood a figure cloaked in shadow. The face was always hidden, but Mursalai knew who it was. On the longest night of the year, as the stars hung low and heavy in the sky, Mursalai awoke to find his tent torn open, the fabric hanging in shreds. The ground beneath him was covered in strange symbols, drawn in ash. The gods had made their decision. The next morning, he rode toward the mountains, seeking the temples hidden among the cliffs. He climbed the stone steps, each one heavier than the last, until he stood before the sacred altar. The priests greeted him with silence. They knew why he had come. Mursalai knelt, pressing his forehead to the cold stone. "I am sorry," he whispered. The wind stirred, curling around the temple like unseen hands. For the first time in months, the whispers stopped. But when he lifted his head, the shadow was there, standing just beyond the fire, waiting. The stars burned low over Hattusa that night, as if the sky itself was holding its breath. The city slept beneath a thin veil of clouds, but in the palace, the last king sat alone. His chamber was quiet except for the soft crackle of the brazier. The scent of burning cedar drifted through the room, curling into the dark corners. The king's eyes were heavy, but sleep did not come easily. It hadn't for months. The weight of unseen eyes pressed against him, shadows pooling just beyond the torchlight. He leaned forward, hands resting against his knees, and whispered to no one. "Is this how it ends?" No answer. Outside, the wind stirred the banners hanging from the walls, and the faint clang of distant bells echoed through the city. When his head finally bowed, sleep took him like a sudden wave. The fire dimmed. The room grew colder. And the dream began. He stood on the highest wall of Hattusa, looking down upon the city that stretched far beneath him. The streets were empty, but the silence felt wrong. Not peaceful, waiting. The sky overhead had turned strange. The moon, full and pale, hung lower than it should. A red haze bled across its surface, dripping slowly down like ink seeping into cloth. The king's heart beat faster. A voice spoke behind him. Soft. Distant. Familiar. "It is time." He turned and saw a figure cloaked in white. Its face was hidden beneath a silver mask. But the voice, that voice, he knew it. His father. The king stepped forward, but the figure lifted a hand. "You cannot stop it," the figure said gently. The gods have already spoken. The clouds began to shift beneath the moon, swirling like a living thing. From the blackness rose something vast. It had no shape, no eyes, no face. Only the sound of breathing. Heavy. Slow. Endless. As the king stared, the figure beside him spoke again. They will come from the mountains. From the sea. From the sky. Shapes moved in the shadows beyond the city walls. Not soldiers. Something older. Taller. The king's chest tightened. This is the price, the voice whispered. The city below began to crack, the stone splitting like dry earth beneath the summer sun. The palace crumbled first. The great statues of the gods toppled, their faces shattering as they struck the ground. The walls groaned, folding inward as if unseen hands were pressing down from above. The streets filled with ash. In the distance, fires bloomed like red flowers, consuming the lower districts. And yet there was no sound, no screams, no clash of steel. Only the wind, carrying the ashes higher and higher. The figure in white turned to him. The silver mask reflected the flames, but behind it, there was nothing. Just emptiness. When the last stone falls, the figure said softly, the gods will remember only silence. The king's knees weakened. He tried to speak, to ask how, why, when. But no words came. The city below continued to burn. The sky grew darker. And when the walls of Hattusa finally crumbled, the king felt himself falling with them, down, down, until there was nothing left but the quiet. His eyes snapped open. The chamber was dark, the fire long dead. Sweat dripped from his brow, his hands trembling as he sat up. The brazier's embers glowed faintly, like dying stars. The wind outside whispered against the stone walls, but it no longer felt like the same wind. It carried something with it now. A warning. He rose, crossing the room to the small balcony that overlooked the city. The streets were peaceful beneath the moonlight, but the feeling lingered, like a shadow just out of sight. Far below, a lone figure walked the main road toward the temple. The king's eyes narrowed, but the figure vanished beneath the archways, swallowed by the dark. In the days that followed, he did not speak of the dream. Not to his council. Not to his priests. But the feeling stayed. He walked the halls of the palace, watching the flicker of torches and the distant mountains beyond the city. Each morning, he visited the temples, laying offerings at the feet of the gods, more than before. He watched the skies closely, waiting for signs. By the third week, strange things began to happen. The river that flowed beneath the palace gates turned dark, thick with silt and shadow. Birds gathered on the walls, but never sang. One night, a blood moon rose, casting the city in rust-colored light. The priests whispered of omens. The king did not sleep. When the moon finally waned, the first tremor struck. The city shuddered beneath the weight of it, and the palace walls cracked, faint lines spreading like veins through the stone. In the streets, people murmured of the gods' displeasure. The king stood on the balcony that night, watching the stars flicker like dying embers. He remembered the dream, every word, every image. He knew now it was not simply a warning. It was a promise. By autumn, the mountain winds blew colder, and the fields beyond the city lay empty. No traders came through the gates. No messengers returned from the outer villages. One by one, the torches along the outer walls began to go out. The night before the first snow, the king walked alone to the temple of the storm god. He knelt before the altar, pressing his hands to the cold stone floor. He did not ask for mercy, only for time. But when he lifted his head, he saw them, two dark shapes standing at the entrance to the temple. They watched him in silence, their faces hidden beneath silver masks. The last king of Hattusa lowered his gaze. He did not need to hear their words to know what they meant. It began with silence. The priests were the first to notice. They stood before the altars of Hattusa, offering prayers as they had for generations. But the flames flickered lower each day, as if the gods were turning their faces away. On the morning of the equinox, the great statue of Tarhunt, the storm god, cracked from crown to base. The priests rushed to mend it, but as their hands touched the stone, it crumbled. No storm followed. No sign of divine anger. Only stillness. In the temple of Hepit, the sacred spring dried without warning. Women came with clay jars, kneeling to gather water for rituals, but they found nothing but dust at the bottom of the basin. Even the birds grew quiet. The king watched from the palace walls, his eyes fixed on the horizon. He had ruled long enough to sense what the others feared to speak aloud. They were being left behind. The high priest stood before him that evening, head bowed low. "The gods are walking away from us," the priest whispered. His voice trembled. The king said nothing. That night, the wind changed. It swept down from the mountains, carrying with it the faint smell of rain, but none fell. The torches that lined the streets flickered and died without cause. In the lower districts, doors creaked open by themselves, as if something unseen passed through. By the next full moon, the offerings at the temple steps began to rot. No birds descended to touch the grain. The wine soured before sunrise. In the outer villages, rumors spread. Travelers spoke of seeing strange figures near the old shrines, tall, pale shadows that vanished when approached. "They are watching," the elders whispered. "They are deciding." The king ordered more sacrifices. Cattle were brought into the city, their horns wrapped in gold leaf. The best of the harvest was laid at the feet of the gods. The palace musicians played through the night, hoping to draw the attention of something greater. But the gods did not answer. The fields beyond Hattusa withered under a pale sun. The rivers thinned. And slowly, the people began to leave. First, the farmers. Then the merchants. One by one, families packed their belongings and walked through the city gates without looking back. By winter, the temples stood half empty. The fires of the holy places no longer burned through the night. The king sat alone in the grand hall, staring at the darkened brazier before him. A boy entered quietly, no more than 10 years old. He carried a single oil lamp, its light flickering in his small hands. "They say the gods will not return," the boy said softly, his eyes wide with fear. The king's gaze drifted to the boy's face, searching for something, hope, perhaps. But he saw none. "Who says this?" the king asked. The boy hesitated. "The old woman who sleeps beneath the south gate. She says she saw Tarhunt walk down the mountain last night. She says he did not look back." The king did not ask further. By the following spring, the palace roof began to leak. No one climbed to repair it. The blacksmith's forge stood cold, and the great markets echoed with the emptiness left behind. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, the high priest returned to the palace. His robes were torn, his hands smudged with ash. "They are gone," he said simply. The king did not need to ask who. The priest knelt before him, placing a single object at the king's feet, a small bronze idol of Ishtar. The goddess's face was worn smooth, as if touched too often by desperate hands. "We searched the temples," the priest said, his voice hollow. This was all that remained. The king reached down, his fingers brushing over the cold surface of the idol. It felt lighter than it should. Outside, the wind howled softly through the empty streets. The sound lingered, weaving between the stone buildings like a forgotten song. By midsummer, only the palace guard remained. They stood watch along the crumbling walls, their eyes distant, waiting for orders that would never come. One by one, they left in the night, slipping into the forests beyond the city, never to return. On the final day, the king stood at the edge of the temple district, gazing up at the hollow towers that once housed the gods. The steps leading to the altar were worn smooth, but the doors hung open, the chambers behind them dark and empty. As the sun set, the king turned and walked slowly toward the gates of Hattusa. The city did not call him back. The earth remembers everything. When the wind sweeps over the hills of Hattusa, it carries with it the faint echoes of footsteps long gone. Beneath the grass and stone, something waits. They say the city sleeps. No one dares build over the old ruins. Travelers pass through but do not linger. The farmers who work the nearby fields lower their voices as the sun sets, casting long shadows over the broken stones. Children are warned not to stray too close. Not because of danger. Because sometimes, if the air is still enough, you can hear breathing beneath the soil. The elders say the city was never truly abandoned. Hattusa closed its eyes but did not die. Its towers sank into the ground, its streets folded beneath layers of dust. And somewhere, deep in the belly of the earth, it sleeps. The gatekeeper's lodge still stands, though time has worn its edges smooth. Grass crawls up the walls, but the stone archway holds firm. Travelers who stop there for shelter speak of hearing footsteps outside at night. When they rise to check, no one is there. Once, a young hunter passing through claimed to see lights flickering far beneath the ground. He followed the glow to the edge of the ruins, but found only cracked stone and the faint scent of burning incense. The city stirs when it pleases. There is an old story whispered by the fire. It tells of a man who wandered into Hattusa long after the gods left. His name is never remembered, only the weight of his footsteps. They say he walked into the heart of the city, where the temples once stood tall. He stood at the base of the largest altar and pressed his palm against the stone. It was warm to the touch. The man knelt and placed his ear to the ground. What he heard was not wind or shifting roots. It was the slow, steady rhythm of something vast, like the heartbeat of a giant resting far below. The man fled before the sun dipped below the mountains, but he did not return home unchanged. His hair, once dark, had turned pale. He never spoke of what he heard, but his hands trembled whenever the name of the city was spoken aloud. There are those who believe Hattusa will rise again. They say the gods sealed the city beneath the ground, not to punish it, but to protect it. The storms that lash the hills cannot touch the bones of the city beneath. The fires of war cannot reach the chambers that rest below layers of stone. When the time comes, they say, the earth will crack, and Hattusa will draw breath once more. But not yet. The hills hum quietly at dusk, the sound so faint it could be mistaken for wind through the grass. Birds do not nest near the central ruins. Their wings take them elsewhere, far from the heart of the sleeping city. On certain nights, when the moon is heavy and low, travelers passing through the valley speak of strange shapes in the mist, tall, slender figures standing near the crumbled walls. The figures do not move, and by dawn, they vanish. The elders say these are the city's guardians. Not living men, but echoes of those who walked its streets long ago. They stand watch while Hattusa sleeps, listening for the footsteps of anyone foolish enough to disturb its slumber. Once, long ago, a group of treasure seekers came to the ruins. They spoke loudly of gold and forgotten relics buried beneath the stone. The next morning, their camp stood empty. The tools they carried lay scattered in the dirt. Their torches still smoldered. But there was no sign of the men. Only footprints leading to the base of the great temple. And nothing leading away. The city keeps its secrets. Sometimes, the wind carries the scent of something old, spices, incense, the faint trace of iron. It lingers for a moment before fading, as if Hattusa breathes out only to draw the world a little closer. The people in the nearby villages leave small offerings by the stone gate. A handful of grain. A cup of honeyed wine. No one asks for blessings. They ask only that the city continues to sleep. But there are nights when the ground feels too soft beneath their feet, and the stars seem to shift above the ruins. Nights when the city remembers. The sheep refuse to move. Ali clicked his tongue, tugging gently at the rope tied around the led ram's neck. The animal dug its hooves into the dry earth, staring at something beyond the ridge. The others in the flock shifted uneasily, circling close but never crossing a certain point. Ali wiped the sweat from his forehead, squinting toward the hills. The afternoon sun painted the land in gold and shadow, but there was nothing, no wolf, no stranger. Just rocks and grass bending softly in the breeze. Still, the sheep would not pass. With a sigh, Ali let the rope slacken. "Fine," he muttered. Stay there." He climbed the ridge alone, boots crunching on loose stones. The wind whispered against his ears, though there was no one to hear it but him. On the other side, the valley opened wide, stretching down toward the river. But something caught Ali's eye, half buried in the slope below. A curved edge, smooth and pale, like the top of a great stone jar peeking through the earth. He frowned. He had walked this valley since he was a boy. There was nothing like that here. Ali took careful steps down the incline. The grass thinned as he approached, revealing patches of dry, cracked soil. When he crouched near the stone, his fingers brushed over carvings, lines and shapes worn soft by time but still there, pressed deep into the surface. He scraped away more dirt with his hands, breath catching in his throat as symbols unfolded beneath his fingertips. It wasn't a jar. It was a door. Ali leaned closer, tracing the patterns. The carvings seemed to twist beneath his touch, shifting like water. For a fleeting second, he thought he felt the stone hum. Behind him, the sheep let out a low, uneasy bleat. Ali jerked his hand away, rising to his feet. The wind stopped. He glanced back at the ridge, where his flock waited. The animals stood perfectly still now, their heads raised, staring at him. Ali hesitated, the weight of the stone pressing on his back like unseen eyes. He could almost hear it, something faint beneath the ground, like distant footsteps. But when he turned around, there was only silence. The stone door waited, half buried, patient as the land around it. The torch flickered, barely holding against the weight of the damp air pressing in from the walls. A drop of water slipped from the stone ceiling, echoing faintly as it struck the floor beneath. For a long moment, no one moved. Aaron's breath came shallow and slow. His fingers clenched tighter around the wooden handle of his pickaxe. Behind him, Kadir shifted, his boots scraping softly against the ground. "It's just ahead," Aaron whispered. The passage stretched onward, swallowed in shadows. Somewhere beyond lay the tomb, the oldest in this valley, untouched by the living for centuries. The elders warned against disturbing it, but gold didn't listen to warnings. Aaron pressed forward. Each step carried him deeper into the cold belly of the hill, further from the world above. The torchlight licked against the walls, revealing shapes carved into the stone, twisting serpents, faceless figures with arms outstretched. Their hands almost seemed to reach for him. Kadir was the first to break the silence. "The air feels wrong," he muttered. Aaron didn't answer. He had felt it too, the weight, the stillness that seemed to cling to the stones like something alive. When they reached the chamber, the torch caught the edges of the great stone slab that sealed the tomb. Thick ropes of ivy hung like veins from the ceiling, curling around the edges of the doorway. At the center, more carvings marked the entrance, deeper and clearer than those in the passage. But it was the figure at the heart of the design that made Aaron's chest tighten. A face. Hollow eyes. A mouth wide and stretched as if caught mid-scream. Kadir cursed softly under his breath. "It's him," he said. Aaron nodded. Every child in the valley had heard the stories, the nameless king buried with his treasures. His curse etched into the tomb so that no man could claim what was his. Aaron knelt, running his hand over the lower edge of the slab. Beneath the carvings, words were scratched in old Hittite script. He couldn't read them, but the meaning was clear enough. "Leave him be." Aaron's heart thumped loudly in his ears. He thought of the elders again, of the warnings whispered near the hearth during long winter nights. They said the last man who stood at this doorway never found his way back. But Aaron's family was starving. Kadir's too. Gold didn't listen to warnings. The two men worked in silence, driving their tools into the cracks along the edges of the slab. Stone groaned under the weight of their labor, protesting as if the tomb itself understood what they meant to do. When the slab finally shifted, the sound of it sliding free was like a distant scream. The air beyond was colder than before. Aaron raised the torch, its light trembling as he stepped inside. The chamber stretched wide, its ceiling lost in the shadows. Bones lay scattered across the floor, animals, maybe, or something older. At the far end, the sarcophagus loomed, waiting beneath thick layers of dust. Gold. The lid lay partially open. Aaron's breath caught in his throat. "It's already been disturbed," Kadir whispered, eyes flickering nervously around the chamber. Aaron approached the sarcophagus. The lid was heavy, but with Kadir's help, they managed to slide it fully aside. The figure inside stared back at them. Skin clung tightly to bones, too whole for a body that should have turned to dust long ago. The king's hands were crossed over his chest, and in his grip, a golden dagger gleamed beneath the torchlight. Kadir's hand shot forward. "Wait," Aaron hissed, grabbing his arm. But Kadir's fingers were already curling around the dagger's handle, pulling it free from the king's grasp. The chamber seemed to sigh. A low sound echoed from the passage behind them. Aaron spun, torch raised, but there was nothing there. Just shadows shifting against the stone. "You heard that," Kadir muttered, stepping closer to him. Aaron nodded. Another sound, this time, from the corner of the chamber. A soft scraping, like something moving beneath the bones on the floor. Kadir's grip on the dagger tightened. "We should go," he said. Aaron didn't argue. They turned toward the entrance, quickening their steps as the torch began to flicker. The air thickened around them, pressing down like a weight against their backs. When they reached the passage, Aaron glanced behind one last time. The sarcophagus was empty. The face that had stared at him minutes ago was gone. By the time they emerged into the cold night air, neither man spoke a word. The stars stretched wide overhead, but the valley below felt different, quieter. Aaron didn't look back toward the mouth of the tomb. 3 days passed before Kadir fell ill. He complained first of a shadow following him, something he glimpsed in the corner of his eye, but never clearly. At night, his breathing grew shallow, and by morning, his skin had turned pale and cold. By the time Aaron reached his home, Kadir's wife met him at the door with tears in her eyes. "He's gone," she whispered. Aaron's heart sank. Kadir's body was laid out near the hearth, a thin sheet drawn over him. But his hand still held the golden dagger, clutched tightly against his chest. That night, Aaron couldn't sleep. The shadows in his own home felt longer than usual, stretching from the corners of the room in ways that didn't seem right. And when he finally drifted into uneasy dreams, he saw the face from the tomb, watching him through hollow eyes that never closed. The wind whispered as it slipped through the cracks between the stones. Alara stopped mid-step, the breath catching in her throat. She was alone, or so she thought. The ruins of Hattusa stretched wide beneath the fading sky, ancient and crumbling, but something lingered in the air. A low hum. Faint, like distant voices carried on the wind. She stepped closer to the wall, the torchlight trembling against the stone. Her fingers brushed the rough surface, tracing the worn carvings that had long since faded. "Go back." Alara spun, heart pounding against her ribs. But no one was there. She swallowed hard and forced herself to breathe. It was just the wind, she told herself. Nothing more. The path ahead twisted through the remains of what had once been a temple, its entrance marked by 2 towering stones that leaned inward, almost touching at the top. The elders called them the Gate of the Forgotten. Alara hesitated, torch flickering in her grip. The voices had started when she crossed this threshold an hour ago, faint and distant, just beneath the edge of hearing. At first, she ignored them. But now, the stones seemed to watch her. She stepped forward. The sound of footsteps followed hers, soft and rhythmic. She stopped. So did they. Alara's heart drummed louder. It wasn't the first time she had walked these ruins alone. Her grandmother used to tell her the stories, how the stones held memories of the past, echoes of the people who once lived here. They remember everything, her grandmother whispered by the fire, voice trembling with age. Every word, every prayer. Even the screams. Alara had laughed then, dismissing the old tales as stories to frighten children. But now, standing here beneath the weight of the stones, she wasn't laughing. The wind shifted. The voices returned. Closer this time. Alara took another step, her eyes darting toward the far end of the temple. Something glimmered faintly in the dark, carvings, half buried beneath fallen stones. She knelt, brushing dirt away with careful hands. The carving was a face. Hollow eyes. Mouth slightly open as if caught mid-sentence. Alara pulled her hand back. Footsteps again. Her skin prickled, but she kept her gaze locked on the stone. She couldn't look away. A faint whisper curled around her ear. "Who disturbs us?" The torch trembled in her grip. Alara rose to her feet, her back pressing against the cold stone wall behind her. The whisper wasn't the wind. It came from the stones. Another voice followed, softer. "Stay. Listen." Alara's heart pounded faster, but something held her feet in place. The air thickened. Through the cracks between the stones, faint outlines took shape, shadows moving within the walls themselves. The carvings twisted under the flickering light, their faces shifting. She felt their eyes. A low hum built beneath her feet, pulsing through the ground like a heartbeat. The stories were true. Alara pressed her palm against the stone, breath shaking. The whispers grew louder, overlapping, voices of men, women, children. Some cried out. Others spoke in languages she didn't understand. And one voice, deeper than the rest, rose above them all. "They are watching." Alara stumbled back, nearly dropping the torch. From the far end of the temple, something moved. A shadow peeled away from the wall, taller than her, stepping forward without a sound. It had no face. The torchlight flickered as the figure drifted closer. "Leave." Alara couldn't move. Her legs locked beneath her, every instinct screaming to run. But the stones seemed to hold her in place. The figure stopped inches from her, towering over her trembling frame. Its hand, pale and thin, reached forward. Cold air brushed against her cheek. And then, silence. The torch went out. Darkness swallowed the ruins. Alara didn't remember running. But when she opened her eyes again, she was standing outside the temple beneath the full moon, her chest heaving for breath. The ruins behind her lay still, silent as the grave. But even as she turned to leave, the faint hum followed her. The stones remembered her now. The fire crackled, sending sparks spiraling into the twilight sky. Children pressed close to their mothers, their wide eyes reflecting the dancing flames. In the heart of the gathering, a man in bronze armor raised his arms to the heavens, his face half lit by the flickering light. Silence fell. Everyone watched him, waiting. The wind shifted, cool against the back of their necks. It felt as if something ancient stirred in the dark beyond the fire's reach. Then, he spoke. In the days of the first kings, his voice rang out, deep and steady, "The gods walked among us." The children leaned forward, hanging on every word. Even the elders, who had heard this tale 100 times, listened with quiet reverence. "They gave us fields that bore grain as tall as a man, rivers that never ran dry, and skies that wept with rain when the earth grew thirsty." But men grew proud. The wind hissed softly through the trees, as if agreeing. And so, the gods left. A shiver ran through the crowd. The man's eyes scanned the faces before him, locking onto each one with an intensity that made the air feel heavier. "Once a year," he continued, lowering his voice, "we call them back." Behind him, figures in long robes emerged from the shadows, their heads adorned with tall, gold headdresses. Each carried something, bundles of wheat, clay vessels, and carved idols of the old gods. A horn sounded from the hills. Low, mournful. The crowd parted, and from the far edge of the field, a procession began. Young men and women walked barefoot, their faces painted in the patterns of their ancestors. They sang softly, a melody older than memory itself, rising and falling like the breath of the land. The man stepped aside as they approached the fire. A girl no older than 10 knelt by the flames, holding a small stone idol wrapped in silk. Her hands trembled as she placed it at the base of the fire, bowing her head. One by one, the others followed, laying offerings at the feet of the flame. a clay bowl of honey, a woven crown of wildflowers, a carved wooden spear. As the last offering was placed, the singing stopped. For a long moment, no one moved. The fire popped loudly, and a piece of wood split apart, sending glowing embers into the air. The man stepped forward again, lifting a wooden staff carved with symbols that no one could read but everyone understood. "The gods have watched from afar," he said, his voice echoing beyond the circle of light. "Tonight, they will watch again." A sudden gust swept through the gathering, and the flames jumped higher, painting the sky orange. Gasps rippled through the crowd. The man's gaze held steady. The wind settled, but something lingered in the air. Something that hadn't been there before. A woman clutching her son's hand whispered, "They've come." The boy's eyes were fixed on the fire, wide and glassy. Across the field, the procession of young men and women knelt, bowing low until their foreheads touched the earth. The fire burned brighter. Some swore they saw shapes moving within the flames, tall figures with eyes that gleamed like stars. Others claimed they heard footsteps in the grass behind them, though no one dared to turn and look. The man lowered his staff, his expression calm. The gods were listening. As the fire began to wane, the offerings slowly blackened and crumbled into ash. The ceremony was over. But no one left. They lingered in silence, unwilling to break the fragile thread that bound them to something larger than themselves. A little girl whispered to her mother, "Did they forgive us?" Her mother squeezed her hand gently, watching the dying flames. "They remembered us," she answered softly. And sometimes, that was enough. The old man sat alone beneath the fig tree, his hands tracing patterns in the dust. His skin was dark and weathered, creased like the mountains that stretched behind the village. People often passed him without a second glance. Just another elder, hunched and quiet, watching the world move on without him. But the children knew better. Whispers followed him wherever he went. They said his eyes glowed in the dark, that his ancestors had been kings. On the longest nights, when storms swept down from the hills, he told stories. Not the soft, comforting kind that sent children to sleep. His stories were sharp-edged, filled with old gods and forgotten names that lingered in the air long after the fire had burned low. "Do you know why the sea won't cross into these lands?" he asked once, his voice deep and rough like stones sliding beneath the earth. The children huddled closer, small faces flickering in the firelight. "Because of a promise," he said, his gaze far away. "A promise made by men whose bones now lie beneath the mountains." The wind pressed against the door, rattling it like an impatient hand. One of the boys frowned. "What promise?" The old man's eyes narrowed. For a long time, he didn't speak. Then, with a voice barely above a whisper, he said, "To guard what was left behind." His words settled heavily into the room, pressing against their chests like the weight of an unseen hand. A girl tugged at her braid, glancing toward the door. "There's nothing left." The old man smiled, but there was no warmth in it. "That's what they want you to believe." The boy's brow furrowed. "Who?" "The last ones." A log snapped, sending sparks spiraling into the air. "They walk among us still," the old man said softly, almost to himself. "But their blood is quiet now. Hidden." The room seemed colder. Another boy shifted uncomfortably. "My father says the Hittites died a long time ago. He says the ruins are empty." The old man's eyes flashed. "Ruins," he muttered, shaking his head. "Those stones listen more than your father ever will." Silence stretched out, heavy and fragile. Finally, the girl leaned in. Her voice was barely more than a breath. "How do you know?" The old man's gaze settled on her, sharp and piercing, as if he could see something no one else could. "Because I hear them," he said, his hand curling into a fist. "In the hills, in the wind. Their blood runs in the cracks of the stone." The fire flickered low, casting long shadows that twisted across the walls. Somewhere in the distance, a dog howled, its voice thin and lonely. Long ago, the old man continued, when the last king fled Hattusa, he carried something with him. Not gold. Not jewels. Something far more precious. He leaned closer to the fire, his voice dropping until the children had to strain to hear. A name, he whispered. The boy closest to him frowned. A name? The old man nodded slowly. Names carry power. More than any crown or sword. And this name, he paused, as if the weight of the memory pressed down on him, was the name of the bloodline that would keep the gods' favor alive. The girl's eyes widened. Where is it now? She asked, her voice trembling. The old man's gaze flicked to the window, where the hills lay dark and silent under the stars. Still here, he said. But they don't speak it aloud. Not anymore. The wind shifted, whistling through the cracks in the door. But how do you know it's true? One of the boys pressed, though his voice wavered. The old man's eyes met his, and for a moment, the boy wished he hadn't asked. Because, the old man said, I carry it. The fire popped loudly, and the children flinched. The old man rose slowly, his joints cracking like old wood. It's late, he said, his voice calm once more. You should go home. The children hesitated, reluctant to step out into the cold. But the old man didn't speak again. One by one, they filed out, their feet quiet against the stone floor. As they crossed the field beneath the stars, the girl glanced back. The old man stood in the doorway, his silhouette framed against the firelight. And for just a moment, she thought she saw something flicker in his eyes. Something ancient. Something waiting. The wind carried voices that no one living could claim. It moved through the valleys and slipped between stones carved long before the first whispers of iron. High in the hills, where broken walls lay half-buried beneath the weight of time, the gods still lingered. Not in temples or palaces, but in the silent places, the places men passed by quickly, eyes lowered, as if afraid to disturb what might remain. An old woman sat beneath the olive trees, her hands stained with the color of crushed berries. The children called her Tama, though no one knew if that was her name or simply a word for someone who had outlived the seasons. She spoke little, but when she did, it was with the weight of someone who had seen things others hadn't. On the hottest day of summer, as shadows stretched thin beneath the sky's glare, Tama called the children to her side. Her eyes were clouded, but they carried a sharpness that pierced through the haze. There are gods in these hills, she said softly, pressing the berry paste into thin strips of cloth. The children watched her hands move, steady and precise. They were here before the fields, before the stones. Before men knew how to build. A boy with dust-covered knees frowned. My father says there's only one God, he muttered, poking at the dry earth with a stick. Tama's hand stilled. For a long moment, she said nothing. Then she raised her eyes to his, and the boy felt something tighten in his chest. Your father, she said quietly, has forgotten how to listen. The other children shifted nervously. Long ago, she continued, her voice barely above a whisper, there were many gods. They walked in the rivers and danced in the fire. They were as real as the trees, and just as unforgiving. She dipped her fingers into the paste, smearing it across the cloth with slow, deliberate strokes. But men grew tired of gods who demanded too much. So, they built walls to keep them out. High walls. Thick walls. The boy scratched at the ground. But walls don't stop gods, Tama said, her voice like the rustle of dry leaves. They only make them quieter. The air felt heavy, as if the sky itself pressed down on their shoulders. A girl, no older than 6, tugged at the hem of Tama's dress. Where did they go? She asked. Tama's gaze drifted toward the hills. Some faded into the stones, she said. Some slipped into the rivers. But a few learned how to wait. The boy glanced toward the fields, half expecting to see figures rising from the tall grass. Tama's lips curved into something that wasn't quite a smile. They don't show themselves like they once did, she murmured. But if you listen, truly listen, you might still hear them. The wind stirred, rustling the branches overhead. One of the older boys crossed his arms. If they're still here, why don't they stop the storms? Or the sickness? Tama met his eyes without flinching. Because men stopped asking, she replied. The fire crackled softly as night settled over the hills. The children pressed closer, as if the dark might swallow them whole. Tama leaned back against the tree, her fingers still tracing the patterns on the cloth. There was one God, she said, her voice dropping lower. One who never left. The children stilled, their eyes wide. He walks among the shepherds when the moon is full, she said, and his feet leave no tracks. When the clouds gather, and the wind carries the scent of rain, he watches from the mountaintops. The girl gripped the edge of her dress. What does he want? She whispered. Tama's eyes seemed to gleam in the firelight. To remember. The wind rose, carrying with it the faintest echo, like the hum of something ancient and half-forgotten. One by one, the children slipped away, their steps quiet as they left the circle of light. Only the boy remained, his shadow long and thin beneath the olive tree. He looked at Tama, at the cloth stained red in her lap. Is it true? He asked, his voice barely more than a breath. Tama's gaze softened, and for the first time that evening, she smiled. Go to the hills, she said. Listen for the wind. Then you'll know. The boy lingered a moment longer, watching as Tama folded the cloth and set it aside. As he turned to leave, he thought he heard something in the distance. A voice, not loud, but steady. It wasn't until he reached the edge of the village that he realized it was coming from the stones. The first tablet was found by accident. The worker had almost left it behind, mistaking it for another broken piece of stone among the rubble. The site was quiet that morning, too quiet. As if the very ground held its breath. When his shovel struck something solid, he expected the usual, a fragment of pottery or another weathered brick. But when he brushed away the dirt, his heart quickened. The stone was smooth, carved with lines too precise to be cracks. Symbols, strange and delicate, covered its surface. He wiped the sweat from his brow and squinted at the markings. They were unlike anything he'd seen. By noon, the archaeologist had arrived, crouching low with trembling hands. His fingers traced the edges of the tablet as if it might crumble beneath his touch. It didn't. As the sun burned overhead, he felt it, the faintest hum beneath his fingertips. The others couldn't hear it, but he could. The tablet wanted to speak. That night, he sat alone in the tent, the flicker of his lantern casting shadows that danced across the canvas. The tablet lay on the table before him, wrapped in cloth, as if the act of covering it might tame whatever slept beneath its surface. He unwrapped it carefully. The symbols stared back, cold and unblinking. They weren't Hittite, not entirely. And yet, something about them felt familiar. His breath slowed as he traced them, letting his mind wander beyond the boundaries of language. He felt the weight of stories pressing against the edges of the stone. A story lost to time. His fingers trembled as he sketched the shapes into his notebook. The first word surfaced slowly, like a shape rising from the depths of a still lake. King. The second followed, sharp, jagged. Betrayal. He stopped, the hair on his arms rising. By the time the lantern's flame burned low, the table was covered in rough translations. It spoke of a king who defied the gods, of cities swallowed by the earth, of storms that carried away the living and left only silence behind. The lantern flickered. His eyes narrowed at the final line, the symbols heavier, deeper. Written so they will not forget. The archaeologist's pulse quickened. But who was meant to remember? By the time the sun rose, the second tablet had been found. This one was smaller, but the carvings were more pronounced. It wasn't buried. It had been placed carefully beneath a stone, as if waiting. The worker who found it swore he heard something before his hands touched the surface. A faint whisper, like someone calling his name. The archaeologist pressed him for details, but the man grew quiet, shaking his head. Some things were better left unspoken. That evening, the archaeologist sat with both tablets side by side, candlelight trembling across their surfaces. He translated slowly, piece by piece. The second tablet spoke of gods who walked among men but wore the faces of strangers, of shadows that slipped between villages, collecting the names of those who had forgotten how to pray. He wiped his hands on his trousers, suddenly aware of how cold the air had become. The last line, again, was carved deeper than the rest. If you read this, you are not alone. The archaeologist set the tablet down carefully, his heartbeat thundering in his ears. Outside, the wind picked up, rattling the walls of the tent. It sounded like a voice. He didn't sleep that night. By the end of the week, a third tablet surfaced. This one was different. The carvings were rough, almost desperate. Parts of the stone were cracked, as if someone had tried to destroy it but lost their nerve. The archaeologist stared at it for a long time before touching it. When he did, the tent felt heavier, as though the weight of the past pressed in from all sides. The tablet spoke of silence, of cities abandoned without reason, of footsteps that echoed long after the streets were empty. It warned of watchers, gods who no longer answered prayers but listened from the edges of forgotten places. And at the bottom, beneath the final line of text, was a carving. Not a word. A face. The archaeologist's hands trembled as he traced the lines, his breath catching. The face was not a god's. It was his own. His reflection stared back at him from the stone, worn and weathered, but unmistakable. The lantern flickered. Outside, the wind whispered his name. The scribe's hands trembled as he unrolled the scroll. Outside, the storm clawed at the temple walls, rain lashing against stone like the footsteps of unseen watchers. The flickering torch beside him did little to keep the shadows at bay. He wasn't alone. The hall was empty, but he felt it, a weight in the air, thick and heavy, as though someone watched from just beyond the veil of firelight. The scroll had been locked away for years, hidden beneath layers of cloth and stone. It wasn't meant to be read, not by mortal eyes. But the king had asked for it. No. The king had demanded it. The gods speak only to those they choose, the high priest had warned, his voice thin and stretched like old parchment. What was written in the scroll belonged to the divine. And yet, here it lay, unrolled and bare beneath the scribe's trembling hands. The first symbol was simple, a circle, enclosed by two vertical lines. Balance. His breath slowed. The second was harsher, jagged, etched deeper into the scroll. Judgment. The third, however, made him stop. It wasn't a word. It was a name. Not of a king, nor priest. A god. The wind groaned against the temple, but he barely heard it. His eyes traced the name slowly, his lips forming the shape of the word without speaking aloud. It was a forgotten god. One the temples no longer honored. The ink darkened as he stared. The laws that followed were older than the city itself, etched by hands long since dust. They spoke of debts paid in blood, of broken oaths that called storms from the sea. Each decree carried the weight of unseen eyes, as though the gods had pressed their very breath into the scroll's surface. The scribe swallowed. The torches dimmed, though no wind had touched them. His eyes drifted to the last line, carved deeper than the rest. The words seemed to hum beneath his fingertips, as if they longed to speak. The gods watch those who carry this. He pulled his hand away. The temple was cold, but sweat gathered at his brow. There were stories, of course. Whispers of scribes who had read the code and disappeared, their names wiped from every stone tablet. He hadn't believed them. Until now. The scroll lay open, daring him to read further. His heart pounded. The next line was faint, as though the writer's hand had faltered. Those who defy the law defy the gods. The word sank into him like a blade. A voice, soft, brittle, echoed in the back of his mind. Write it down. He flinched. No one was there. But when his eyes returned to the scroll, the ink seemed darker, as though freshly written. The storm outside grew louder, thunder rolling in the distance. The scribe's hand drifted to the edge of the table, gripping the wood as though it might steady his racing heart. He knew what came next. The story spoke of it. The punishment. It was written in symbols too crude to be elegant, words that scraped against the surface of the scroll like a curse. For thieves, the earth would open beneath their feet. For liars, the sky would send fire upon their homes. And for kings who defied the gods, the scribe's breath caught. Their names would be erased. The scroll fluttered beneath his hands, though no wind stirred the air. It wasn't a threat. It was a promise. He wanted to stop reading, but the scroll pulled at him, its voice sinking into his thoughts. One line remained. The final law. His eyes hovered over the words, afraid to continue. But the ink bled, stretching and shifting until the letters burned against the parchment. There are no kings without the gods. The torch beside him flickered once, then died. Darkness swept through the hall. He froze, listening. The storm outside had gone silent. The temple, once filled with the hum of distant prayers, now held nothing but the sound of his breathing. It felt hollow, as if something had left. He pressed his hand against the scroll, as if hiding the words would take away their weight. But it was too late. Somewhere in the distance, the bell of the temple tower rang once. By the time the sun rose, the king's throne sat empty. The wind whispered through the stones, though no one walked the ruins. At sunset, the light stretched long shadows across the crumbling pillars of Hattusa. They twisted along the cracked paths like silent figures, and for a brief moment, it almost seemed as if they moved, watching. No one stayed after dark. The shepherds who led their flocks near the old city spoke in hushed voices, their eyes glancing over their shoulders. They called it foolish to disturb the stones, for the gods still walked there, even if unseen. One boy didn't believe them. His father had warned him to stay by the river, where the sheep grazed safely. But curiosity tugged at him. The ruins rose high against the horizon, black against the setting sun. He only wanted a closer look. His footsteps barely made a sound as he crossed the dry grass. The stones stood taller the closer he came, their shapes worn by centuries but unbroken. Some still bore the faint carvings of faces, eyes that had long since faded, but their gaze remained. The boy climbed the first step carefully, brushing away dirt as his hand traced the stone. It was colder than he expected, as if the sun had never touched it. Above him, the great gate stood silent, its arch partially collapsed. His father said the gods once passed through that gate, their figures draped in gold and silver. Now it held nothing but the breeze. He walked further, careful not to disturb the ground too much. The shepherd said the gods could feel every step. A hollow gust sighed through the pillars, lifting the dry leaves at his feet. He paused. The air grew heavier. He turned toward the northern wall, where statues lined the edge of the temple courtyard. They weren't statues. The boy stared, heart pounding. They stood in a row, tall figures cloaked in shadow, their faces hidden beneath the weight of time. He blinked, and they were gone. Only stones. His chest ached with held breath, but he forced himself to step closer. The carvings loomed higher, their hands resting on stone scepters. His grandfather had told him of the eternal watchers, gods who never left Hattusa even after the city fell. Their spirits wandered the ruins, waiting for those who dared to forget. The boy never believed him. Until now. A faint sound echoed from deeper within the ruins. Footsteps. He wasn't alone. He turned sharply, but the path behind him was empty. The steps grew louder, circling the edges of the courtyard, though no figure appeared. The boy's pulse quickened. His eyes lifted toward the tallest pillar. A shape stood there. It didn't move. The fading light caught the outline of its face, stone, like the rest. But its shadow stretched long and thin, as if it didn't quite belong to the figure it mirrored. The boy stumbled back. The shepherds were right. The gods still watched. He swallowed hard, but his legs wouldn't move. His gaze locked on the figure's hollow eyes, cold and empty. The wind shifted, carrying with it a soft whisper that wrapped around the ruins. It spoke no words. But he felt them. Leave. The boy ran. His heart pounded with each step as the ruins blurred around him. The watchers loomed silently behind him, their shadows reaching long past the edges of the city walls. By the time he reached the river, the sun had set. His father found him there, breathless and pale, staring at the distant outline of Hattusa. The boy never spoke of what he saw. But from that day forward, he never crossed the fields at dusk. The gods did not sleep. The mountain never slept. It loomed beyond the edge of the valley, shrouded in mist long after the sun rose. Even at midday, shadows clung to its slopes like forgotten centuries. No one dared to climb too high. The closer they came, the heavier the air grew, as if the mountain itself watched. There were stories about the king beneath it. Some whispered that he had been a tyrant, cursed to rest until the gods deemed him worthy. Others believed he was Hattusa's greatest protector, hidden away until the city needed him once more. But no one doubted he was there. An old man named Caleb knew the stories best. The children gathered around him when the fires burned low, their eyes wide as he spoke. They buried him deep beneath the stone, Caleb would say, voice low and crackling. Not with chains, but with words. The priest sealed his tomb with a promise he would rise when the city called for him. His words lingered in the cold night air. A boy once asked why the king hadn't risen yet. Caleb only smiled. Perhaps Hattusa has not wept loud enough. Years passed, and the mountain remained silent. Until the drought came. The river that once fed the valley thinned to a trickle. The fields cracked beneath the sun's gaze, and the people of Hattusa watched their city shrink with each passing season. One evening, as the last light faded, a young girl named Asli wandered beyond the walls. Her mother called after her, but Asli's feet led her toward the mountain's edge. She wasn't afraid. The wind whispered through the dry grass, soft and low, almost like a voice. The mountain stood quiet beneath the stars. Asli stepped closer. The air changed. A deep hum seemed to rise from the ground, faint but steady. It pulsed beneath her feet, matching the rhythm of her heart. She pressed her hand to the cool stone at the mountain's base. The hum grew louder. Asli knelt, her ear against the rock. It was breathing. Her eyes widened. The stories were true. Somewhere beneath the stone, something stirred. Asli ran back to the city, her voice breaking the silence as she called for the elders. Caleb was the first to step forward. He looked at the girl, then toward the mountain. His face was pale, but there was no doubt in his eyes. Without a word, he lit a torch and began walking. A procession followed, silent but hopeful. They gathered at the mountain's base, and for the first time in generations, the people of Hattusa spoke the king's name aloud. The ground trembled beneath them. Asli pressed closer to her mother, watching as Caleb knelt before the stone. "Great king," the old man whispered, his voice trembling. "Your city calls for you." The wind fell still. A heavy silence wrapped around them, thick and expectant. Then, the earth groaned. A deep crack echoed from within the mountain, rolling through the valley like thunder. The torch in Caleb's hand flickered violently, but he did not move. Stone shifted. The hum beneath their feet swelled, and for the briefest moment, Asli thought she saw something. A figure, tall and cloaked in shadows, standing at the mountain's entrance. The flames from the torch caught the edge of his crown, though his face remained hidden beneath the folds of his cloak. He did not speak. But they knew. The king had awoken. The stars over Hattusa never looked the same twice. Even the elders admitted this, though they spoke of it in hushed tones, as if the sky itself could hear. On certain nights, constellations flickered into shapes no one had ever named, and the winds that crossed the valley carried strange, unearthly songs. There were stories, of course. It was said that the gods carved their warnings into the stars, shifting them like pieces on a grand board. Kings consulted the heavens before war, and farmers waited for the right cluster to shine before planting their fields. But one constellation stood above all others. The serpent. It coiled low along the horizon, its body stretching across the northern sky. A single red star gleamed where its heart should be, pulsing faintly like a slow drum. Caleb, the city's oldest stargazer, always watched for the serpent. "It has 3 faces," he told the children. "One brings rain. One brings silence. The third," his voice would trail off then, eyes narrowing as if recalling something he wished to forget. No one dared ask about the third face. But Ashley wondered. On the night of the Festival of Stars, she crept away from the fires, climbing the stone steps that led to the northern wall. The city stretched below, lights flickering in the distance, but her eyes were fixed on the sky. The serpent was there, larger than she had ever seen it. And tonight, its heart shone brighter. Ashley narrowed her eyes. No, not brighter, closer. The red stars seemed to bleed into the sky, casting faint, flickering light along the edges of the constellations around it. She gripped the stone wall, unease curling in her stomach. Caleb's voice echoed in her memory. The third face. A wind stirred the valley, and in its wake, Ashley heard it, faint whispers, threading through the air like threads of silk. She turned sharply, half expecting someone to stand behind her. But there was no one. Only the stars. The serpent's heart throbbed again, and this time Ashley thought she saw something beneath it. A shape in the dark sky, faint but distinct, the outline of the city. Her breath caught. Hattusa. It hovered just below the serpent's coils, delicate and perfect, like a reflection cast against the heavens. And then, without warning, the serpent's tail shifted. The constellation twisted slowly, its body slithering across the stars until its tail pressed against the small image of the city. Ashley felt her chest tighten. The tail curled tighter. The city began to dim. Ashley. Caleb's voice snapped her from the trance. She turned to see him standing at the base of the wall, his face pale in the torchlight. "You shouldn't be here," he said softly, beckoning her down. But Ashley couldn't move. She glanced once more at the sky. The serpent's tail had wrapped fully around the image of Hattusa now, the red star burning fiercely above it. Caleb followed her gaze and went still. For a long moment, he said nothing. Then, in a voice barely louder than a breath, he whispered, "It has chosen." Ashley's heart pounded. "What does it mean?" Caleb's eyes darkened as he gripped her shoulder, gently but firmly. "It means," he said, his gaze never leaving the sky, "that the gods have begun to close their hands." The wind carried the scent of rain over the empty stones. For centuries, Hattusa had slept beneath the weight of the mountains, its walls half buried, its gates silent. Grass crept along the edges of the roads, and roots pressed gently against the temple stones as if nature herself had laid a soft hand over the city to keep it resting. But some said the city wasn't gone, only waiting. They spoke in low voices, mostly at night, when the fires burned low and the stars gathered closer to listen. The legends whispered that Hattusa would return when the world needed it most, rising from the earth not as it once was, but as something greater. The first to hear was Aaron, a boy barely old enough to lift a sword. He had always been drawn to the old stones, wandering between the ruins when the others stayed away. On the night the thunder came, Aaron stood alone by the lion gate, tracing the weathered carvings of the great beasts with his fingers. The sky above him churned, thick with clouds that flickered faintly with light. And then, he heard it. A low hum, rising from beneath his feet. It wasn't the wind. Aaron stepped back, heart racing as the ground trembled softly. A faint glow pulsed from the cracks between the stones, stretching like veins across the ancient road. He watched in silence as the stones warmed beneath the light, the faint lines tracing the outline of the city's old paths. One by one, the temples lit up. The storm above hung heavy, but no rain fell. Only the hum filled the air, growing louder until it pressed against Aaron's chest like the beat of a drum. He knew then that he wasn't alone. The city remembered. Aaron turned slowly, eyes scanning the empty streets. For a moment, just at the edge of his vision, he thought he saw shapes moving, figures walking the roads, their steps light but certain. He blinked, and they were gone. But the hum remained, and so did the light, winding its way through the city as if guiding him forward. He followed. The streets that had once seemed broken now stretched endlessly, as if the ruins had shed their age like old skin. Where broken columns once lay, proud towers now stood. The temples no longer felt hollow but full, as if the gods had stepped quietly back into their homes while the world wasn't watching. At the city's heart, Aaron stopped. The great palace, long collapsed, rose before him, its gates shining in the faint light. The stone lions at the entrance stood taller than before, eyes flickering with something that wasn't fire. As Aaron approached, the hum softened. The air shifted, heavy with the weight of something unseen. A voice, low and steady, echoed from the palace steps. "You were not meant to see this yet." Aaron turned sharply. A figure stood in the shadows beneath the arch, cloaked in white. Their face was hidden, but the air around them shimmered faintly, as if light bent around their form. "Who are you?" Aaron asked, his voice unsteady. The figure didn't answer. Instead, they raised a hand, and the city behind Aaron flickered. For a brief moment, Hattusa stretched endlessly, a city made not of stone, but light. The roads gleamed like silver, and the towers pressed high into the clouds, their peaks wrapped in gold. Along the walls, figures moved, some human, some not, but all walked with the quiet assurance of those who belonged. It was not the past. It was the future. And then, as quickly as it appeared, it faded. Aaron found himself once more beneath the old gate, the hum now barely audible beneath the wind. The figure at the palace steps lowered their hand. "You cannot stay," they said softly. "Not yet." Aaron swallowed the words rising in his throat, nodding instead. But before he could step away, the figure spoke again. "When the sky bleeds red, the city will wake. And when the mountains bow, it will rise." Aaron's breath caught. The figure turned, vanishing into the palace without another word. The hum faded. By the time Aaron returned to the village, the rain had begun to fall, washing over the old stones and softening their glow. He never spoke of what he had seen. But on quiet nights, when the clouds pressed low and the thunder rolled over the mountains, Aaron would look toward Hattusa and wonder. Because sometimes, even from miles away, he could swear he saw faint lights flickering along the old roads. The ground trembled first, though no storm touched the sky. Sarah had been gathering wood by the lake when she felt it. A soft shiver beneath her feet, so faint it could have been her imagination. But it wasn't. The birds had gone quiet. The wind had stopped. Even the water lay still, as if holding its breath. Her grandmother's voice echoed in her mind, words spoken countless times over the years. "When the lake falls silent, the serpent stirs." Sarah glanced toward the far edge of the water, where the jagged rocks broke through the surface like the spine of some ancient beast. The stories always said Ilyanka lay beneath those rocks, buried in the earth, waiting. The great serpent had been struck down by the storm god Tarhunt long ago, driven into the depths after devouring the sky's power. The gods had chained him, burying him beneath the mountain. But chains rust. And mountains crumble. Sarah's grip tightened on the bundle of wood in her arms. She took a step back, forcing herself to breathe. There was no serpent. Not anymore. But as she turned to leave, the lake shifted. A single ripple spread across the surface, slow and deliberate, as if something below had brushed against the water's edge. Sarah froze. The ripple grew, circling out across the entire lake. The air thickened, humming softly with a low vibration that seemed to come from everywhere at once. Then she saw it. At first, it was only a shadow, something far beneath the water, weaving through the darkness. But it rose, and the outline sharpened. A shape that coiled and stretched, scales glinting faintly beneath the shifting light. The serpent was waking. Sarah stumbled backward, the wood tumbling from her arms. Her heart pounded against her ribs as the water near the shore darkened, the shadow pressing closer. For a brief, terrible moment, she saw the shape of its eyes, large, slitted, and ancient. A low rumble rolled through the air, more felt than heard. She turned and ran. The path back to the village blurred beneath her feet, but the sound followed, soft, rhythmic, like something vast sliding through the roots of the earth. By the time she burst into the village square, her breath was ragged, and her hands shook. "Grandmother," she cried, stumbling into the small hut at the edge of the square. The old woman sat by the fire, stirring a pot of herbs. She glanced up calmly, as if she had been expecting Sira all along. "He's moving," Sira whispered, voice trembling. "I saw him. In the lake." Her grandmother didn't speak, only nodded once. Then she rose, slow and deliberate, and pulled a bundle from the shadows by the wall. It was wrapped in faded cloth, worn thin from years of careful handling. Sira's eyes widened as the old woman unwrapped it, revealing a blade. The bronze shimmered faintly in the firelight, its edge lined with markings Sira couldn't read. "This belonged to Tarhunt," her grandmother said softly. Sira stared at the weapon. The storm god's blade. She had thought it was just a story, something the elders spoke of to frighten children into behaving. Her grandmother's eyes met hers, steady and knowing. "It wasn't Tarhunt who struck the final blow," the old woman said. "It was his daughter." Sira's breath caught. "She was no older than you." The words pressed against Sira like a weight, but she couldn't look away from the blade. "You will take it." Sira's hands trembled as she reached out, the metal cool beneath her fingers. The hum from the lake still echoed faintly in her bones, but as she held the blade, it steadied. The fire crackled softly. Her grandmother stepped back, watching in silence. "Go," she whispered. Sira swallowed hard, gripping the blade tighter as she stepped outside. The village behind her was silent, the sky stretched dark and heavy above. The lake shimmered faintly in the distance, the serpent's shadow still curling beneath the surface. But this time, Sira did not run. She walked to the edge of the water, blade in hand, and waited. The ripple returned, circling slowly around her feet. And then, with a sound like thunder cracking across the mountains, Ilyanka rose. The serpent towered above the water, scales glinting like fire beneath the moonlight. Its eyes burned with something old and endless, but when they met Sira's gaze, the air between them held still. Sira's heart thudded, but she did not step back. The blade in her hand gleamed brighter, and for a brief moment, she thought she saw the faintest flicker of lightning dancing along its edge. Ilyanka's head lowered, his breath warm against her skin. The old story said he could not be killed, not truly. But they never said he couldn't be tamed. The serpent's gaze lingered for one long breath. Then, slowly, he sank beneath the water once more, his shadow curling into the depths like smoke. Sira stood at the edge of the lake until the last ripple faded. The blade still shimmered softly in her hand. The mirror was not supposed to exist. At least, that's what Lyra told herself each time she stood at the entrance of the Forgotten Temple. The stone stretched high above her, cracked by centuries, but still standing tall against the weight of the world. She had been told to stay away. Her grandfather's voice echoed even now, though he was long gone. They say the mirror shows more than faces. It pulls at things better left untouched. But Lyra's heart was louder than warnings. She stepped inside, her boots scraping softly against the cold stone floor. Dust hung thick in the air, undisturbed for years. The temple held a silence unlike any other place. It wasn't the quiet of emptiness. It felt watchful. At the far end of the hall stood a shape shrouded in cloth. Her chest tightened. The story spoke of a mirror that once belonged to the high priests of Hattusa, crafted by the gods themselves. They said if you gazed into it with a heart full of longing, the past would return to you, alive, breathing, untouched by time. Lyra's hand trembled as she reached for the cloth. She hesitated. The faintest sound stirred in the stillness, a whisper, or perhaps just the wind. She pulled the covering away. The mirror stood taller than she expected, its frame silver and smooth, reflecting the empty temple behind her. At first, it seemed nothing more than ordinary glass. But when she looked closer, she saw movement that didn't belong. The temple in the reflection wasn't empty. Torches flickered along the walls. The carvings glowed, fresh and new. The shadows of long-forgotten figures passed behind her, robes trailing across the stone. Lyra's breath caught. She stepped forward, reaching out to touch the glass. Her fingers met cold metal. The reflection did not shift. As she stared, the torches in the mirror burned brighter, and the temple filled with voices. She could hear them clearly now, chants rising in unison, the language foreign but hauntingly beautiful. A procession moved through the reflection. High priests in golden robes carried offerings, their faces solemn and proud. Behind them, warriors marched in full armor, their eyes fierce. The Hattusa of old stood before her, untouched by ruin. Her heart ached at the sight. She didn't know how long she stood there, watching the mirror's world unfold. The longer she looked, the more the boundary between the present and the reflection blurred. For a brief moment, she thought she could smell the incense curling through the temple air. A figure stepped forward in the glass, breaking from the procession. He was taller than the rest, wearing a crown shaped like the sun. His eyes, sharp and knowing, locked onto hers. Lyra stumbled back. The figure did not fade. His gaze pierced through the mirror, following her even as she moved. Lyra's pulse quickened. The stories said the mirror could reveal the past. But no one ever mentioned that the past might look back. The king's lips moved, forming words she couldn't hear. His expression was calm, but his eyes carried something heavier, something ancient, waiting to be understood. She inched closer. His voice slipped through the glass, soft but firm. "Why have you come?" Lyra swallowed, the weight of his question pressing down on her. "I wanted to see it," she whispered, barely able to speak. Before it was gone. The king's gaze softened. "Hattusa is never gone," he said. "It waits beneath the stone, beneath the soil. The city remembers." Lyra felt the truth in his words, though she couldn't explain why. He stepped closer to the glass. "Would you see more?" Her throat tightened. A part of her wanted to say no, to leave the temple and let the stories stay stories. But she couldn't look away. She nodded. The mirror shifted. The temple faded, replaced by something grander, a vision of the city in its prime. Towers of stone stretched to the sky, banners fluttered in the wind. Markets hummed with life, and laughter echoed from the streets. Lyra's eyes stung. This was what had been lost. But the reflection wasn't finished. Darkness began to creep along the edges of the mirror. The skies darkened. Fires rose where the towers once stood, and the laughter turned to screams. Lyra's heart pounded as the city crumbled before her. The king's expression grew grim, but he did not turn away. Neither did she. The city fell, and silence returned. But even in the ruins, life flickered. A single torch burned, standing tall among the shattered stone. The reflection dimmed, and Lyra found herself staring at her own face once more. The temple was empty. The figures were gone. But as she backed away, the king's words lingered in her mind. The city remembers. She left the mirror standing, untouched, beneath the watchful eyes of the stone. The wind whispered across the stones, carrying stories that no one had spoken aloud in centuries. Lyra stood at the edge of the ruins, her fingers trailing along the worn carvings, feeling the weight of something ancient pressing beneath her skin. The sun was low, casting long shadows over the cracked pillars and broken walls. She didn't know why she had come, only that something had drawn her here. The capital of the forgotten Hittites stretched around her like the bones of a sleeping giant. Her grandmother used to tell stories of this place. Hattusa, she called it, a city of gods and kings, where justice was handed down from the heavens. Lyra remembered those tales, though they had felt like nothing more than words back then. But standing here now, she felt the truth in them. She knelt before one of the larger stones, where faint traces of script still clung to the surface. The letters were foreign, but the meaning stirred something deep inside her. Her grandmother used to say these were not just words. They were laws. The Hittites believed their laws came from the gods themselves. No man could rule without the weight of divine justice pressing on his shoulders. The people lived under those laws, not in fear, but in trust. Nira closed her eyes, and for a moment, the silence broke. She could hear voices, faint and distant. The crowd gathered in the square, their faces turned toward the temple steps. A man stood above them, holding a tablet of stone etched with words that gleamed in the afternoon light. His voice was steady, yet carried the weight of mountains. "These are the words of the storm god," he said. "Let them guide us as they guided our fathers." The people listened, their heads bowed not in submission, but in understanding. Nira opened her eyes. The ruin stretched out before her once more, silent and still. She wondered if the people of Hattusa ever imagined their city would crumble. Did they know their gods would one day walk away, leaving their walls to the mercy of time? Her grandmother's voice returned to her, soft, but firm. The gods never left. They wait in the stones, listening. The laws they gave still echo, even if no one remembers the words. Nira stood, brushing the dust from her hands. She could feel those echoes now. Her gaze fell on another stone, half buried beneath the wild grass. The carvings were faint but clear. Two figures stood beneath a great sun, their hands raised in unity. Her grandmother had told this story, too. Two brothers, kings who had fought until their war nearly broke the land apart. The gods intervened, demanding they lay down their weapons and share the throne. Balance, the gods had called it. A lesson carved into stone. Nira remembered the part her grandmother whispered at the end, as if it were a secret. Balance is fragile. But those who remember can rebuild it, even from ruins. She traced the carvings with her fingers, wondering if the brothers had truly found peace, or if the story was meant to comfort those left behind. The sun dipped lower, and shadows crept across the temple's entrance. She wasn't sure what had brought her here, but standing among the ruins felt less like an accident and more like something inevitable. The past was not as far away as it seemed. Nira turned, taking one last look at the temple steps. She thought of the forgotten laws, the two brothers, and the gods who watched from silent stones. Her grandmother's words drifted through her mind again, but this time, they didn't feel like stories. They felt like lessons waiting to be remembered. The flames crackled, casting long shadows across the cave walls. The storyteller's voice wove through the air, soft yet commanding. Children sat at his feet, their eyes wide, while the elders listened in silence. The tale was old, older than the stones beneath them, older than the stars above. But it lived still, passed down through hands and whispers like something sacred. He spoke of the storm god, the great warrior who battled the serpent that sought to swallow the world. The serpent's body wrapped around the mountains, squeezing the life from the valleys below. With a bolt of fire and a roar that shook the heavens, the god cast the serpent into the underworld, where it slumbered, waiting for the day it might rise again. Nira sat at the edge of the gathering, the flickering light dancing across her face. She had heard this story before, but tonight it felt different. She wasn't sure why. The serpent had many names, the storyteller said, his voice dipping lower as if the creature might hear him. Ilyanka, they called it long ago. The Hittites had told this story first, before the Greeks, before the Romans, before the world shifted and new gods took the old one's place. Nira leaned forward, listening closer. The storyteller's eyes met hers for a brief moment, and he smiled. Even now, he said softly, the serpent's shadow lingers. You can see it in the stories of others, though they call it by different names. Her heart quickened. She had heard of other serpents. The Greeks spoke of Typhon, a monstrous creature buried beneath Mount Etna. The Norse whispered of Jormungandr, the serpent that would one day rise to end the world. But the old man's words made her wonder. Could it be the same serpent? The fire crackled louder, as if answering her thoughts. The Hittites believed their gods walked among them, shaping the world with every storm and harvest. Their myths did not vanish when their cities crumbled. They drifted, like seeds carried by the wind, planting themselves in the soil of other lands. Nira's grandmother used to say the gods had many faces. A single god could wear different names, appearing in different forms across the ages. Sometimes they were kind, sometimes cruel, but always watching. The serpent was no different. The storyteller's voice grew stronger now, his arms rising as if he were casting the serpent down himself. And so the storm god's victory became a story retold, passed from the mouths of one people to another. It crossed mountains and seas, its scales shedding as it went, until the serpent no longer belonged to one land alone. Nira shivered. The thought of something so ancient surviving in the quiet spaces between myths sent a chill through her. Her grandmother used to warn that the serpent was never truly defeated. It only waited. That was the part the storytellers rarely spoke aloud. Nira's eyes drifted to the cave's entrance, where the sky stretched black and starless. In the old stories, the serpent always returned when the stars aligned just right. Tonight, the stars hid. The children clapped as the storyteller lowered his hands, signaling the end of the tale. The elders nodded in approval, their faces lined with memories of hearing the same story when they were young. But Nira lingered, unable to shake the feeling that the story wasn't finished. She approached the storyteller as the others drifted away, their voices fading into the dark. "Is it true," she asked quietly, "that the serpent story never really disappeared?" The old man smiled again, this time with something softer in his eyes. "Stories don't vanish," he said. "They change, but they stay with us. The serpent has found its way into many tales, but it began here, long before the world knew its name." Nira nodded, though something about his answer made her uneasy. "If the serpent still lives in those stories," she whispered, "does that mean the storm god does too?" The old man's smile faded, and for a moment, he looked past her, as if watching something only he could see. "Perhaps," he said. "Perhaps the god listens, just as the serpent waits." The fire dimmed, casting the cave into shadow. Nira's heart thudded louder than it should have. She couldn't help but feel that somewhere, deep beneath the earth or high above the clouds, the storm god's eyes lingered on the world he had once protected. And if the serpent still waited, then surely, one day, the god would rise again. The wind carried voices no one had spoken for centuries. Soft, like whispers through leaves, they clung to the stones and drifted between the trees. No one else seemed to notice, but Lyra paused on the narrow path, heart quickening. It was the same feeling she had as a child when her grandmother told her stories by the fire, those old tales that made her shiver, though she didn't understand why. The ones that made her glance over her shoulder, half expecting to see someone standing there. Lyra knelt, brushing her fingers over a crack in the stone beneath her feet. The road she walked was ancient, leading to a temple that had crumbled long ago. There wasn't much left, just scattered blocks covered in moss and thorny vines that twisted around the ruins. Her grandmother used to say stories could cling to places, even after people forgot them. They lingered like breath on a mirror, faint but undeniable. Lyra pressed her hand flat against the stone, and for a heartbeat, she thought she felt warmth. She pulled her hand away quickly. It was just the sun, she told herself. Nothing more. But the voice in the back of her mind whispered differently. The stories hadn't disappeared. They had been waiting. Long ago, the people here believed gods and monsters walked the earth beside them. They left offerings at the base of trees and scattered salt over doorways at night. They feared the dark, not because of what they could see, but because of what they couldn't. Lyra stepped carefully through the ruins, her footsteps the only sound. Her grandmother used to warn that the gods didn't like to be forgotten. Stories, she'd say, are the only way to keep them asleep. As long as someone remembers, they stay quiet. But if no one tells their tales... She never finished that sentence. Lyra wondered what might happen if the gods truly did wake. The wind stirred again, and she stopped beneath a crumbling archway. Her grandmother's voice echoed in her mind, soft but clear. The gods don't disappear, Lyra. Neither do the stories. Even now, Lyra could recall the stories she'd been told. A hero who stole fire from the heavens. A serpent bound beneath a mountain, its heart still beating. A woman who could call the rain with her voice. But no one told those stories anymore. When Lyra tried to repeat them to others, they laughed. Fairy tales, they said. Nothing more. But Lyra never laughed. She could feel something here, in these ruins, something breathing just beneath the surface. Her grandmother once claimed that forgotten stories had power. The less they were spoken, the stronger they grew, curling in the shadows, waiting for the right moment to step forward. That thought unsettled Lyra. She brushed her fingers over the archway, and for the briefest moment, the air shifted. It felt heavier. She almost thought she could hear faint footsteps behind her, but when she turned, there was nothing but empty stone and wildflowers swaying in the wind. Her heart thudded in her chest. The stories hadn't disappeared. They were still here, wrapped around the ruins like threads. Lyra took a slow breath and closed her eyes. In the silence, the story stirred. She remembered how her grandmother's voice used to tremble at the end of each tale, as if speaking the words aloud gave them life again. Perhaps that was why people stopped telling them. Not because the stories weren't real, but because they were. Lyra opened her eyes and stepped further into the ruins, letting the stories hum quietly around her. The gods were still here. And somewhere, they were listening. The first time Malik saw the figure standing among the ruins, he thought his eyes were playing tricks on him. The sun had dipped low, casting long shadows over the crumbling stone walls, and the air had grown thick with the stillness that only seemed to linger in places long abandoned. Malik blinked hard and looked again. The figure was gone. He could hear the faint rustling of wind through dry grass, but the feeling remained, like someone was watching him. Malik wasn't a man who frightened easily. He'd spent years working as a guide, leading travelers through the ancient ruins scattered across the hills. But there was something different about this place. The locals rarely spoke of the ruins. When they did, their voices grew hushed, and their eyes flickered nervously toward the mountains in the distance. "Don't stay after dark," one of the older men had warned him once. "The spirits here, they don't take kindly to visitors." Malik had smiled politely, brushing it off as superstition. But now, standing alone beneath the darkening sky, he wasn't so sure. He took a cautious step forward, his boots crunching softly against loose stones. The ruin stretched out before him, silent, unmoving. But the feeling stayed. Malik remembered the stories his grandmother used to tell him as a child. She spoke of the old guardians, spirits who protected the forgotten cities long after their people were gone. They were neither kind nor cruel, she said. They simply watched, making sure the living respected what remained of the past. "Leave an offering," she had told him once, pressing a handful of dried herbs into his palm. "Even if you don't believe." "They do." Malik's fingers brushed the small pouch in his pocket, and for a brief moment, he considered leaving it at the base of the nearest stone. He hesitated. The stories were old. But so were the ruins. Malik turned his head sharply. He could have sworn he heard footsteps behind him, soft and deliberate. His heart pounded against his ribs. He called out, his voice echoing between the stone walls. "Is someone there?" Only silence answered. But as he turned to leave, Malik caught the faintest glimpse of movement out of the corner of his eye. A shadow slipping behind one of the larger stones. He didn't follow. Instead, he reached into his pocket and scattered the herbs onto the ground, just as his grandmother had taught him. He left the ruins without looking back. And as he walked down the narrow path leading away from the ancient city, the feeling of being watched slowly faded. But Malik knew he hadn't been alone. Not really. The old man's voice trembled as he spoke, his eyes fixed on the distant horizon where the mountains cradled the fading sun. Children sat at his feet, the firelight flickering across their wide, unblinking faces. No one moved, not even the wind. It was as if the air itself held its breath. "There will come a day," the old man whispered, "when the stones will sing again." The youngest of the children shifted closer, pulling a thin blanket around his shoulders. The others leaned in, drawn by something they couldn't name. The fire crackled softly, but beyond the circle of light, shadows pressed in tightly. They buried their secrets deep, the old man continued, his gaze distant as though looking at something far away, something only he could see. The kings thought no hand would ever lift them again. But they were wrong. A sudden gust of wind stirred the flames, sending a scatter of sparks into the night sky. The children flinched, but the old man only smiled. The prophecy was the last thing they left behind, he said, his voice barely louder than the wind. Carved into stone by a scribe whose name has long been forgotten. It speaks of a time when Hattusa will awaken. A girl with dark braids frowned, clutching the edge of her cloak. Awaken how? She asked, her voice quiet, hesitant. The old man's eyes narrowed. The earth remembers, he said. The stones remember. And when the stars align as they did in the old days, the gates will open. But only to those who listen. The firelight danced across the lines of his withered face. They say, he added after a long pause, that the one who finds the key will not be a king, nor a warrior. They will not come with armies or swords. The children exchanged nervous glances. It will be someone ordinary, the old man said softly. Someone who hears the whispers that others ignore. For a long time, no one spoke. The fire crackled, and the darkness pressed closer. One of the older boys finally broke the silence. Is the key real? He asked, though his tone held more doubt than belief. The old man's gaze shifted, locking onto the boy with unsettling intensity. I have seen it, he said simply. The boy's eyes widened, but before he could speak, the old man reached into the folds of his robe and pulled out something small, wrapped in faded cloth. The firelight caught the edges as he slowly unwrapped it, a stone, smooth and dark, with strange carvings spiraling across its surface. No one dared to breathe. It was found near the Lion Gate, the old man said, holding it up for them to see. Beneath the roots of an old tree. One of the girls leaned closer, her eyes narrowing at the markings. What do they mean? She asked. The old man's hand trembled slightly as he turned the stone over in his palm. They are words, he said. But not in any language spoken today. The wind picked up again, swirling around the fire, and for a moment, the sound was almost like distant voices, soft, faint, but unmistakable. The children sat frozen, their eyes locked on the stone. They say the one who carries this will see what others cannot, the old man whispered. And when the time is right, they will stand before the gates of Hattusa. The city will know them. The fire snapped loudly, and the old man wrapped the stone once more, tucking it back into his robes. The children exhaled in unison, though the tightness in their chests lingered. One of the younger boys shifted uneasily. What happens then? He asked, his voice barely above a whisper. The old man's eyes drifted back to the mountains, where the last sliver of sunlight had disappeared. No one knows, he said softly. The prophecy ends there. For a while, the fire was the only sound. The children's faces were pale in the flickering glow, their eyes heavy with thoughts too large for them to hold. As the flames began to die down, the old man rose to his feet, brushing the dust from his robes. Go home, he told them gently. It's late. One by one, the children stood and scattered into the night, their footsteps soft against the earth. But the youngest boy lingered, his small hands twisting nervously in front of him. Grandfather, he said quietly, do you think the prophecy is true? The old man knelt, placing his hands on the boy's shoulders. His eyes, though heavy with years, still held the faintest glimmer of something ancient. I don't know, he said. But the city remembers. The boy nodded slowly, but as he turned to leave, he paused. If it is real, he asked hesitantly, who do you think will find the key? The old man's gaze drifted once more to the mountains, his expression unreadable. Perhaps, he said after a long pause, someone who asks the right questions. The boy frowned in thought, then quietly slipped into the darkness, his small figure disappearing down the path toward the village. Alone by the fire, the old man watched the flames shrink into glowing embers. And somewhere beyond the hills, beneath the earth and stone, something ancient stirred.